Hello, hello. Good morning, chat. How we doing? Happy Saturday. Hey, hello, Hippo. Hello, Duh. Hello, Nobody. Hello, Fruity. Good morning, chat. Poor planetzoo does. I'm just going insane, waiting. I am. You know, the plan today was originally going to be horror games. But me and Val did quite an extensive search yesterday, and there's barely anything out, to be honest. And what is there is pretty poorly reviewed and looks like crap, I'll be honest. There's one really good horror game called Psalm 2, but it's about an hour long. So we said we're not going to rush. We'll just wait until some more horror games come out. And I said on stream yesterday, if horror games wasn't happening, I would play some more Zoo. Hello, Chemist. How you doing? True horror, playing planetzoo 1, knowing planetzoo 2. Yeah. We got loads to do. That's kind of the nice thing. We are in a slight time crunch of 4 months. It's quite a long time. So we have more reason to be on the game anyway, because I want to get the zoo done. Yeah. How are we all? Are we all doing good? Sorry, my phone just decided to update, so I'm just checking it's done properly. There you go. Hello, Wills. Horror themed park in planetzoo. Oh, I did something quite close once before. I had like a I did this like enchanted forest, spooky habitat for raccoons at night. It actually turned out pretty well. I never thought to do that for like a whole section of a zoo though. Gotta have at least one fully finished zoo before it's laid to rest. Yeah. True. I'm doing well. Well, the original plan was to play some horror games in June. Because today would have been the last day of us finishing that Gibbon build for Mrs. T-Rex for her charity stream soon. But because we finished that early, I was like, yeah, let's do some horror. Nothing really looks that good, to be honest. It's slim pickings at the moment, so yeah, we're just gonna wait. I'd rather it be a worthwhile stream. Because I know some people get up early to watch it. Some people like go out of their way to watch it because they like horror. I don't want to like stream one game and then be like, yeah, we're done. Yeah, I'm gonna be tuning in. It's June 8th. I'm not sure what time she's going live. It could be like a later evening thing. But yeah. I want to see what everyone else has built as well as what she's able to raise. Some people get woken up by cats because of food. Feed me, master. Well, glad you guys are doing well. What's your weekend plan? How you doing, Nev, by the way? Sorry, I saw your name, but didn't say hello, I don't think. Hope you're doing good. But yeah, no. Oh, look at all this. Hold on. We could check these out today as well. These are some planetzoo 2 sculptures in planetzoo 1. Pretty cool little surprise. Got some fish, some birds. Heyo. I guess it's karma. We managed to lock a friend in his hideout on PoE patch day. Is that an in-game thing or like IRL? Did you like lock him in and can't play? Forced him to watch 40k lore videos. Oh. I see. Hello, Ray. Good morning, mate. How we doing? I'm unsure to mention the other streamers' names. Okay. We'll leave it at that then. It's the last day of your holiday. I'm heading home soon. Just enjoying my last coffee overlooking the hills. Roll down them one last time, mate. Whee! Do. Right. Let's crack on, shall we? What about the rest of you? What are your weekend plans? No, I meant your stream rules, hence not naming him. Yeah, no, that's what I said. I can only assume who you're talking about. Not who specifically, but a group of people. So yeah, we'll leave it there. I just DM'd you on the view. Oh, okay. Quite a lot of other people there as well then. Today I'm going to try and do some stuff. Tomorrow, it's the final day of cleaning out my dad's apartment. What did I want to do tomorrow? I've got a lot of chores I have to do. Yeah, I don't know. Bit of a chill day. Thank you for the 160 stream streak as well, right? I appreciate it. Yeah, taking this last bit in before the drive home. Have you had a nice time? Have you had fun? Do you feel refreshed? I know the idea of going back to work is gonna suck, but do you feel like just better about it? Do. You know what I miss? I miss my camera being over there. That way when I'm reading reading you chat, you know what I mean? When I'm reading your messages, I'm like looking toward you. I don't know, I kind of miss you being over there. But you're here so that you can see some display stuff. I may change things around again. You can read me all the time? I can actually. Like a book. And I don't read books. Hello, Goxie. How you doing? Damn! It's not a bad thing. I didn't say your predictability was a bad thing. Still playing PoE? Have you slept at all? Oh, you've been going all night. Catch you a bit later, right, mate? Sure. Okay. Speaking of reading people like a book. Oh! Wait, what? No, surely... Oh, that's just all of them together. I was like, what? Just popped out 4 of them. I think they could only have 1 at a time, so... Yeah. Currently on Cyberpunk, the DLC quest just became available. Ooh. And I might crack open a model kit later on, we'll see. I forgot to put the aircon on. What am I doing? I'll mute because it's quite loud, so... I thought things felt off. Like, strange. Not quite right. Hello, Pixie. That one is always so traumatizing, that noise. Do 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 do. Random noises. How are you? Hope you have a nice weekend planned. Yeah, we were gonna do horror games today. But I did a search for some yesterday. So did Val, and I also went through like some other bits. I
like that boulder. That is a nice boulder.
And honestly, there isn't much out that looks good. There are some things out, but my god, the reviews say a lot. So I didn't want to rush into it. I didn't want to waste money. I didn't want to waste people's time. So we're gonna postpone horror games until just there's a bit more variety out. So yeah, I decided we're in the planetzoo 2 hype train. We may as well play some more. I've got lots to do still, so pretty chill day today. And then tomorrow is going to be pretty chill as well. I do have a load of chores to do, but nothing that's going to break my back. Having a lot of fun with the time slow gameplay this time around. I was gonna pronounce the first thing you said. I was like, nah, there's no chance. There's no chance. Right, we finished the concrete the other day. I really should have grouped that all up, to be honest. So what we have to do now is we have quite a lot to do. The rock work still needs more effort put into it, as well as somewhat of a tree line behind. I might do something similar to what I did with the polar bear, to be honest. we have to detail within the pool, underwater. Add some things down here to make it look nice for the guests looking in. We have to detail. They don't need much detailing on the land, thank God. But we need to do that. We need to do the shelter, and we need to tidy up this guest viewing area over here. So there is still a truck ton of stuff to do. We only really just started this build, so. But then once we are done with this, we need to go back to the very beginning. We need to come back here, and we need to transform this whole space. Everything here, and then everything in between the builds. You know what I mean? The big old tidy up. Sandy Vistan. Time slow is just easier, isn't it? Right. So we'll just hop around a bit of everything today, I think. While we chill. Yeah, thought so. Did you see that Fable's been pushed back to next year now? February. They probably have a good reason for that. But obviously that was one of the games I was looking forward to playing very soon on stream for you guys. So we'll have to wait on that now. It might be easier to take the water out, I'm gonna be honest. They're not gonna like me for this. What day does the Summer Games Fest actually start? I think it ends on Sunday next week. Yeah, that's a good point. Although it said autumn release originally, but yeah, no. Well, Monday is June. June begins. Monday, we get our Draco Rex and Leopleurodon update on Jurassic. So we are gonna build a nice, small, little cozy habitat for the Draco Rex, and we're gonna see how the Leopleurodon does within our lagoon that we just finished yesterday. Thursday's my birthday, though I don't really have any... This is the first year in a while where I don't have any plans. Like, I don't know what I want to do, to be honest. It might just be a regular day. And then we have the Summer's Games Fest. On Saturday, on the 6th, there's going to be more PlanetZoo 2 stuff as part of that cozy game presentation. But you know, next week should just be a week of game announcements. I think some things have already started. Some people are already like releasing news and whatnot. I think I saw something about Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4 or something. So yeah, I think companies are starting to just roll out announcements. So we have that to look forward to. But in terms of what we're looking forward to play, Fable was the next. I do want to play Black Flag Resynced though in July. So that's one we can look forward to. Donkey Kong 64 comes out on my birthday as well, so we're definitely going to play that at some point. And there'll probably be some other little bits in here and there, but our main focus is, of course, planetzoo and getting this build completo. Imagine delaying your game release and then GTA gets delayed again anyway. Could you imagine? Well, like I say, that'd be pretty shocking because they seem to have doubled down. As in, like, companies like Xbox, etc. are confirming the release date for GTA is November. If that gets delayed again, I don't know. I think that really damaged the game's potential success. There'll be those that don't care. I'm looking forward to it, but I'm not like... I don't feel the same way about it the way I do with planetzoo 2. If planetzoo 2 got delayed, I'd be heartbroken. But if GTA got delayed again, I wouldn't care. I'd just wait till it's out. I don't know what else is coming out. Oh yeah, Wolverine. We got Wolverine. That's coming out. Not sure when though. So that's definitely something I'm looking forward to. I think there's actually going to be a PlayStation presentation specifically for that next week. I have to wait and see. Yeah, I'm not sure what else. Again, as my stream title describes, I can hardly think about anything else at the moment other than planetzoo 2. It lives rent-free in my mind. Torturing me slowly. You're personally not interested in GTA 6. You've never finished a GTA before. Fair enough. I don't obsess over them. I prefer Red Dead as my Rockstar game of choice, but I do love GTA. Every GTA I've played, I've finished. I think I just love the gameplay, not the violence of it, but like I love exploring, you know, that classic Rockstar map and picking up the side quests and going on heists and stuff like that. It's really addictive. It's really fun. But yeah, no, that's fair enough if it's not your thing. Hello, Loki. Good morning. How are you today, mate? BRB, nature calls. No worries. It's been 2 days since the announcement of planetzoo 2, and my grip on my sanity remains absolute. I've played nothing but planetzoo 1 since that day. Is that me, or is that you, or... I feel like that in my head. You, Daz? We played Jurassic yesterday. That's, it's different. I wish I was playing planetzoo 2, though. Obviously. You doing good? I'm doing great as well. Thank you for asking, mate. I don't own planetzoo 2. Do you think you'll pick up the second one, or are you just happy watching me play it? But I bet you were thinking all the time about planetzoo 2. Of course! I played WoW last night. With like Jaff and those. Even then I was thinking about it. It's kind of the penalty you have when you run around as a healing panda. You see a panda on screen, and you're like, shit. I'll probably watch you and then decide if I buy it or not. Fair enough. That's fair enough. Yeah, no, I'm very giddy. I can't believe we're actually getting sharks and stuff. There is some people out there saying that when they're watching the announcement stuff, they heard dolphin noises. And obviously on the FAQ they talked about cetaceans, and they didn't completely rule it out. They just said they don't really know the best way to go about it, because it is a controversial topic, but it is also a video game. And there are places in the world that do care for and re-release cetaceans. Not everything has to reflect SeaWorld. So their response was kind of like, we're not sure how to best go about it. But there's people saying they genuinely heard dolphins. That'd be awesome. What's wrong with dolphins? There's nothing wrong with them. It's more that like cetaceans, like dolphins and whales in captivity, they suffer in captivity, to be honest. They get depressed. And in the case of things like SeaWorld, they lash out and actually kill their trainers. There's been instances of that. It's really depressing. I'm not going to go into it, but yeah, no. The whales and dolphins don't really do well in captivity. But that's if you're looking at like a SeaWorld example. Again, there are places in the world that kind of take them in, mend them, look after them, and when they're healthy, they re-release them in some capacity. But it's a very controversial thing. It's always been like a topic for debate between like the whole community of like, people are like, yeah, I understand that. I wouldn't want them in the game because obviously the game's meant to reflect conservation efforts and that kind of realistic approach, and it wouldn't make sense. And there's other people that say, well, it is just a video game. Why not just give us whales and dolphins? Make it more entertaining. And honestly, both sides are valid. So yeah, they've, like I say, they've addressed it on their website within the FAQ section. It's interesting to me that some people swear down they heard dolphins, like in the background during the announcement. Not the trailer I showed, but the actual live stream that Zoo 2 had. You didn't know that, no? Oh yeah, no. It's quite a big thing in the world. Do, 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 do. Right. Unfortunately, our rocks don't synergize as well as the ones we saw in those screenshots. And I kind of want to break up these kind of very obvious patterns we have going on here. Let's see what we can do. Do, do, do. Hello, Fira. Drunk David. I shall do that in a bit. Do 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 do. Is that code? I don't think so. I'm not the Winter Soldier, don't worry. Do 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 do. Red balloon, yellow daffodil, drunk David. $11 fish, taco, soap. Do 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 do. $7. How could you? You broke the sequence. I kind of want something like this. Again, this is just to give this island a bit more dimension, you know? I think that's a little too... Actually, I quite like that. Self-destruct initiated. planetzoo 2 should have... I'll ban you. Watch your mouth. Demon tongue. Right. I'll leave it like that for now. Oh wow. Quite a long time. What are you two up to? What are you two up to today? I was gonna say that properly, but my brain frazzled midway through. Looking at some Steam games. Just to see what's there, yeah? Or anything in particular. Well, that's the point. There was a game I might play. Oh, it was called like Lumen something. It's very Pokemon-esque. And it is released on Steam and Nintendo Switch. It is called Lumen Tail, sorry. You might play that one day. It looks quite fun. Bob has chosen the book. Hello, Bob. How you doing? Oh yeah, hold on. Let me name drunk David first. One thing at a time. Welcome back there. I demand to be facted. Ooh. The fire salamander. Thankfully, its conservation status is of least concern. The fire salamander is an amphibian living in the deciduous forest throughout mainland Europe. Its skin is black with yellow spots, although there can be much variation in their patterning. Fire salamanders are between 15 to 30 centimeters long. It's quite long actually. And weigh approximately 30 to 50 grams. Males and females do not differ in size or appearance. While larvae are aquatic, adults cannot swim and spend their lives on solid ground. Yeah, Cassette Beast was something that got recommended to me years ago. I never got around to playing that, but we played Temtem. That was good. I return a bit lighter. And with hotter bean water. Oh. Priorities. What I do know is I will wait to buy my Switch 2 since I need my car to get MOT'd. Ah, yeah, that is responsible. Very responsible. Do. Hey, even nerds have to be responsible for something. That plastic crack won't build and paint itself, you know? They're responsible for that. No. Loki's gonna jump into the world of Pokemon. Quite literally. Do. You went down the better route, did you do? Less maintenance. Do. Yeah, security. Yeah, Bob's escaped his padded cell again. Good to come collect him. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. Do. Alright. I consider that done for now, as well as that. KFC! Spare me the celery. My KFC! Let me look at my inspiration as well. I'm definitely going to do the double wall though. Oh yeah, 100%. I kind of would like to make it a bit taller, to be honest. I love me a Gundam. I should share some pics of stuff I've made so far at some point. Well, I mean, I think Didn't Nadia just share her One Piece model in art? Yeah. Yeah, throw it in there. Share it with others. If that's something you want to do. Right, what's the best rock to use? I kind of like what we have going on here. I want a bit of a backdrop like this. I could do something in the same vein where I use Tundra Rock. Yeah, you know what? Let's do that. Oh, you just seen what Nadia posted in there, yeah? Yeah, like I said, that's kind of my point. If people are posting, you know, their Warhammer paints or what Nadia is doing, etc., you may as well put your Gundams in there if that's something you want to share.
Is Boo2 out yet? Kappa.
Don't you Kappa me. Sleep, thank you so much for the 29 months. Good morning, how you doing? How are you doing today? Oh, you're playing the Hollower game. You having fun with it? That's another one, actually. I'm gonna write these down. These are good. I have two kind of cool little game ideas. It's been 2 days. Frick this guy. Is it really that difficult? The way you're describing it makes me think of frickin' Hollow Knight. Surely not, right? I've got him like 1 or 2 hits away. You play on the harder settings. He's got a semi-random attack pattern. And one of his moves, he just locks on and goes straight towards you. And that's the move that takes me out. Sounds like a skill issue, look. Sorry, I just wanted payback, alright? I don't get to say it often. Instant karma. Sounds like a sleep issue. Well, that is a game I want to play soon, actually. Fable's now been delayed until next year. Black Flag Resynced isn't out until July. So while we mainly play PlanetZoo and we play a lot of Jurassic as well, especially with the new returning species coming next week. I do want to throw some other little fun stuff in there, and this Mina the Hollower is on that list. I think I will check out that Lumen Tail game as well, which is like the Pokemon game. Plus Donkey Kong 64 comes out on my birthday as well. So there's 3 things I want to play very soon. Thing is, sleep. Daz already has to wait 137 days, but you still need to skill to beat the boss. No one's ever taken or defended my side before. What the hell? What is this? What is this? I like Daz. I just need to beat the boss. He starts to wait the whole time. Oh, what did I do? No. No. Look, it's just fun for me, alright? It's like... Another example is like, right, okay? That man Daz aims me all the time. But he would send me Battlefield 6 footage of his, and my god, it's like a pissed up priest trying to fucking shoot out a brothel. Like, it's crazy scenes. Makes me look good, aim. I'm gonna skill issue the skill issuers, you know what I mean? When times arise. Once Daz is a white knight. I know, it's weird. It's kind of unsettling. But thank you. Actively trying to mislead me. Yeah. That's what I love about our streams. You give me shit, but I just deflect it right back. Ba ba da ba ba ba. Right. Oh, you dickhead. Okay, there we go. Dickhead no more. Coastal Mangrove 2? Let's do some layering. Boom, just like that, got him. Just need someone to complain to. It's because I said skill issue. You're welcome. I was AFK. What animal will go in there? The one that's already in there. Seal. Sleep, because he's an animal. People say skill issue thinking that it means you're bad. What we mean is rise up, become stronger. Right, I'm print screening that for reference, by the way. That is getting saved in my bank of receipts. Doo-doo. I don't get it, but okay. You weren't here for the context. It all makes sense, don't worry. Have that shown screen for the skill issue redeem. Not the worst plan. You're currently experiencing a pill issue, Bob. You've not taken them. Chop chop. Actually, yeah, I forgot. I could tell. Do 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 do. % of folks yelling skill issue are people who have unlocked heavier guns or skills. So a good example is a clan of a lot trio shooting down. In Rust. Oh, okay. I was gonna say I have no idea what you're on about. Okay. Goxy, has Star slept at all? Or are you both just loopy together in a voice chat right now? He has slept. Okay. You're just there like... Do 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 do. Dropped your drink, spill issue. That's a good one. Do 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 do. Good morning, Drakis. How you doing? Do 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 do. How are you today? How's your back? Yeah, I'm doing good, thank you. Can't complain. I just love you. Be free. And I miss you. I don't know where I'm going. Being released into the wild, maybe? Imagine how good this looking planet is. That the game you want to play? Okay. Do 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 do. Are you still going on about skill issue variants? To the safari parks? Oh, they're not safari parks. They're nature reserves. I might make a safari park though, in the game. In our zoo. Hello, Zane. What if they were nature preserves? Just crap, right, that's it. I'm gonna get the bit baton out. Gonna start slapping you. This lunacy's got on long enough. I'm gonna be that stereotypical, like, American sitcom bully. And I'm just gonna, like, grab you by your ankles and just shake the bits out of you. Do, do, do. It's still going. It's still going. Dracus, thank you for the 165 stream streak, mate. Bap, bap, ba, da, da, bap. Fuck off. It can't go on like this. Do these plants affect you or hurt you in any way, shape, or form? One does. This one here. Boo doo doo. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-da-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-da-ba. Dog fact. New favorite command discovered. Yeah, Saribot's got some cool little features. I don't know how many animals it has in its little catalog. I'm gonna change this. I don't like it. I think I'm gonna make like a rounded area. No, I do like it, I think, over here. I don't know. I kind of want to make it a little rounded. Favorite Resident Evil character? Jill issue? Hey, McRatchy Dow. How you doing, mate? Do you know why there is no PlanetZoo gameplay footage on YouTube or here on Twitch? I think that's what's going to get shown on June 6th. Let me see if I can find it. Found it immediately. Tune in to the Wholesome Games Direct during the Summer's Games Fest for an exclusive PlanetZoo 2 reveal. They wouldn't say exclusive any other time. Because they've already shown the launch, the reveal trailer, the announcement trailer. So in my mind, that makes me think June 6th is gameplay. Ah, nice. I will check that out then. Yeah, it's gonna be a big week for games next week. Loads of game announcements. Yeah, planetzoo 2, I think he's going to get some little gameplay snippets on that day. It was saying it's releasing 13th of October. So I thought it was already out. Now we have another 4 months yet until then. I think what they're gonna do, in my mind, is they've announced it now. Obviously, we had a very big reveal that we got to do. Showed the trailer, showed some screenshots, shared some additional information that Frontier provided me to share with you guys. We did a whole big announcement. Internet's gone crazy for it. I think next week...
It's Pikachu! It's Clefairy!
Thank you so much for the follow, mate. I really do appreciate that. Thank you. Next week will be gameplay, I think. And then on top of that, I think they're going to start slowly to build up hype toward the launch. Revealing things on that page. So that's two things I think are happening. Gameplay next week, I would expect. Especially because they use the word exclusive. And them to announce animals. Nah, you're all good, mate. I really appreciate the follow. Yeah, while I stream, like, while planetzoo is like my main game, has been for a long time, we do love our Pokemon here. So all my alerts are kind of revolved around that. Alright, Krabby. Catch you later, mate. Thank you again. I really appreciate it. I wanna adjust that shallow area. I just realized I don't have a ladder on here. I think I have an idea. Cows stand up and lie down approximately 14 times a day. I know people like that. Lying down 14 times a day. Did you turn off the crab facts on purpose? I haven't touched Seribot. All of what you're doing now is built into the bot. I've not done anything. I think it's very unrealistic to expect a fact for every single animal in the world. I don't know which ones there are and which ones there aren't, to be honest. I think you guys will literally have to trial and error. Try not to spam chat though, if possible. Do. Hello, Chromos. How you doing, mate? New timer incoming. Countdown till October 13th. I am in the wrong tab. Daz fact. Here's a fun fact for you. Fuck off. Oh, you meant for the butt. Nah. Shit, I'm gonna make that an actual command one day. Exclamation shitters. Right, here's my plan, Batman. Jarvis, unshit my pants. Huh? The voice actor for Tony Stark in Marvel's Rivals has actually said that on stream too. Wait, really? It's pretty funny, actually. Do 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 do. Daz fact fingy. You're goddamn right. Do 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 do. Spit on me. In game. Let's get that over here. I think it makes more sense to have it a bit more controlled. I don't know what purpose the fence actually has. I think it's just a nice little bit of a decoration. Something was needed for this shallow pool. It was disturbing me. Hello, Crispy. How you doing today, mate? The other way around it. I'm going to save it because I want to try something else, which I think might look better. So I don't think the fence makes much sense, to be honest. I didn't mean to rhyme though. Did great. I got drenched in the rain today. You know, I'm doing good, thank you. Rain sounds pretty nice right about now. Right. So what I'm thinking... I may have to take the water out, actually. They're not gonna like me again. Fun fact, they never did. But yeah, no, I'm doing great, thank you. All good here. It is the weekend. Tomorrow will be a nice, quietish day. I've got a load of chores to do and stuff, but Nothing major. Do. Yeah, actually. Well, Fable was a big one I was looking forward to, but that's been pushed back to next year now. February of next year. Black Flag Resynced, I want to play in July. Marvel's Wolverine when that releases. But there's some other like little niche ones. Sleep's been telling me about the game Mina the Hollower, which is very old school Zelda style, which I'm all about. So I think I want to play that. There's also a game that just came out on Steam and Nintendo Switch called Lumen Tale, which looks very Pokemon-esque. And Donkey Kong 64 comes out on my birthday as well, which I'm going to play at some point. That's pretty much it for the time being. And just a shit ton of PlanetZoo and Jurassic, of course, of course. Do. We still have Avatar to finish. We still have Pokemon Shining Pearl to finish. And then obviously all the games I just mentioned. And next week is the Summer's Games Fest, which is going to show and reveal a lot more. So there will probably be some things there that I like the look of. Do. You're currently hyped for the Warhammer game. Also Frontier, so that's amazing. Ever played an RTS? Oh yeah. Although I had a bit of a sour experience doing it on stream. I'll be honest. We played Age of Mythology. Really fun game. Usually, like, whether it's serious, whether it's just, you know, a bit of tongue-in-cheek, there's always, like, a bit of banter, you know, between community and streamer. Skill issue, Daz aim, blah, 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 blah. But when I was playing that game and learning that game and making mistakes, there was quite a lot of aggressive backseating. And people just audibly calling me shit if I, like, sent the wrong units out and everything. So it kind of put me off playing it again, to be honest. I was playing the campaign. I wasn't playing online. Yeah, no, I said in the build up to those streams and during them that I've not played an RTS game since really I was like a child. Playing things like Lord of the Rings, Battle for Middle-earth 1 and 2, obviously the original Age of Mythology, Rome Total War, Halo Wars, stuff like that, right? I used to play them loads as a kid, but like I've never streamed them. So I was like, I'm gonna be rough. I need to learn. I need to get back into this style of gameplay again. And yeah, no, it was weird. It wasn't fun for me. I'll put it that way. Not the gameplay, just the streaming of it. And some of it wasn't just random people tuning in. It was people that are regulars. RTS gamers can be very aggressive and sweaty. Yeah, I discovered that day. Oh shit, you're an ad break that into. Oh. I swear down, I have the worst luck when it comes to that. Welcome back. Who does that on campaign? Quite a lot of people, I found out. Maybe one day an RTS game will fascinate me enough again where I'll attempt to stream it again. But for right now, I've got no plans or interest to, so. I like my simulation. Do, 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 do. I preferred Halo Wars 1. Halo Wars 2 was alright, but it just wasn't the same for me. I don't know what it was. Yeah, I really enjoyed Halo Wars 1. RTSs are something I'd never recommend streaming. Too many backseat gamers that you don't ask for. It'd be something that I'd just play with friends if it... Yeah. Yeah, no, 100%. I literally, what you just described, I discovered. Do, 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 do. Already played the first one? Like I say, Halo Wars 2 is alright. The first one was amazing though. My childhood was the Lord of the Rings ones on PC. Battle for Middle-earth 1 and 2 were... Do, 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 do. I mean, you're not far off, Bob. Do 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 do. Yeah, no, I'm very intrigued to see what kind of games get shown next week. Maybe there'll be a new RTS that looks good. I've been in a stream while a dude was playing an RTS. The streamer shut down the backseating hard. Yeah, it's something I should have done. I obviously mentioned it, but I didn't like enforce it or anything. It was a friendly suggestion. Please don't backseat. But again, I'm not gonna name names, but it wasn't just random people. You know. But yeah, no, I think you're all spot on. I don't think I would do it again. Plus, like I say, even though my audience has been built up on the back of variety, PlanetZoo specifically, but also other games like it, other simulation games, they kind of fill that niche anyway. You know what I mean? It's not an RTS, but it's kind of a specialized genre, I guess. Do 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 do. Like I say, when October hits, there might be like a 2-week period where I play nothing but PlanetZoo. Day in, day out. For breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Do 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 do. As you should. Zivs knows what's up. This is the way. How you doing, by the way? You doing good? Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Yeah, great releases when I'm in Spain. Actual Spain or Spain without the S? It's very nice there. My parents live there, so I'm going to visit. Ooh. But you could have timed that better, couldn't you? How dare you? That sounds great, though. I've not been to Spain since I was a kid. I imagine you in a restaurant like, hold up. I'm not being rude, I just need my watch streak. Don't mind me. They'd understand, right? Bring the laptop. I've posted the minimum specs, by the way, for being able to run planetzoo 2. They're in the Discord. But for those who aren't in my Discord, they're there as well. It's funny because the recommended PC requirements are my PC requirements. Games are starting to catch up to my hardware. I'm above the minimum. Recommended is pretty much what I have. You will listen and you will like it. Have I played Pragmata? I was approached about that game. I don't know. It looked interesting. I'm not 100% if it's something that interests me, though. There's some games where I'm like, ooh, that's interesting. I want to give that a try. You know, I want to play it. I want to stream it. And then there's some games where I'm like, ooh, that's interesting. But I'll happily watch this one. I don't know. I kind of felt that way with Pragmata. On top of that, I just have no time. I have so many other things to play and do and plans. But yeah, no, if any of you are interested in whether your PCs can run planetzoo 2, there's what you need. If you play on console, you haven't got to worry. They've already confirmed the complexity limit is back, so... Yeah, I do have a copy of planetzoo on my PlayStation that Frontier very generously sent me when they announced the console version, but I haven't played it properly. And I've heard some people say the complexity limit is fine. They never get close to it. But then there's other people that, like, have. And they've had to stop. But, I don't know. I think it's a good thing. Obviously, every console's hardware is the same. There has to be a limit. But PCs vary and differ incredibly so. One person's PC might not be able to do just like as much as another person's PC, so. I've heard both sides, like I say. You know, console players don't have to worry. Although, like you say, it depends how optimized the game is. We're getting better looking graphics. The foliage looks nicer. The animals look way better, more realistic. We're getting like an improvement to lighting and fidelity. Like, it's definitely a step up, but maybe it's optimized well enough to not negatively impact people's builds that much. Because I kind of feel like that playing Jurassic. I've only been playing Jurassic since it released in October. But I've crashed far less playing that game than I have in the 6 years that I've been playing this game. I feel like Jurassic World Evolution 3 is just better optimized. Even though graphically it is technically a larger load than this one. As long as the pathfinding is more refined. Yeah, it did look it. We'll have to wait until we see proper gameplay, which could be on June 6th. But it definitely looks like climbing and pathfinding's a lot cleaner, more refined. Hello, dragon. All good, mate. Just think, mate, tomorrow's the last day of what you need to do. I like that. I think that's better. It's a bit more of just like a fluid shape. Do 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 do. Right, let's save it. Right, we have lots of different things we can do. I can start adding some mossy pieces to the build using the conservation grass roof panels and some mossy rocks. I can start detailing the actual navigatable land. I could work on tidying up the viewing area, which I might do. The underwater viewing needs detailing. And of course their shelter, their house. A lot to do. What order we do it in doesn't really matter. I kind of want to add some extra bits, actually, from the inspiration I'm looking at. You like it, yeah? I'm glad, I'm glad. I'm kind of taking some inspiration from the penguins and some inspiration from the polar bears. Combining what I've learned into this one. But the plan is going to be, once the seal build is finished, we have to go back to the very beginning. We have to start slowly from the very beginning, moving through the zoo and fleshing it out. The pathways, the plazas, just everything. Making it look like an actual nice, connected zoo. I've never figured out. That's gonna. We've heard a lot about them improving the animations and behaviors of the animals in the sequel. I wonder if the staff have had any improvements. Because no matter how many caretakers I throw at my park, look at it. This place is a mess. I don't even know why they vandalized so much. Probably because they're seeing rubbish everywhere they go. We have... ten caretakers. I feel like for a zoo of this size, which isn't big, that's a whole map, by the way, that we can do. But I thought we were going to do something very, very niche, very specific, keep it kind of small because of the time frame we have until the sequel. We could do bigger zoos and bigger projects when that comes out. This is quite a small zoo. Yeah, we have a lot of problems with litter. Not sure why. Do. Right. I'm gonna nip to the loo. And then I think I'm gonna tidy up the viewing area first. I hope they have. I did a video talking about how I'd love to see skill trees. Ooh! I would love to see that video. When they go from 1 to 2 stars, you pick a trait. And that can depend... Ooh. Maybe add head zookeepers who give additional bonuses to normal keepers. I think they have a lot of stuff very close to their chest. They've given us so much information in the last couple of days. Enough to make us hyped. To be like, wow, everything we've ever wanted is coming true. Enough for us to like buy the game. But I think there's so much still that they're keeping a surprise. Because you gotta have surprises still. One of them could be staff management. One of them I'm hoping is exhibit boxes as well. We know they're back. Hello, Paws. How you doing? Hope you had a good stream. Welcome in, everyone. How is your Jurassic? Ooh, playing some Jurassic. Very nice. Yeah, we know the exhibits are coming back because there's a whole tab specifically for them. And the axolotl is in the deluxe version of the pre-order. We just don't know if they're any better. Improved or anything. Hello, everyone. Hello, Paws. Hello, Blue to Know. Hello, Vulcan. Hello, everyone. How is stream? Oh, very nice. You'll have to take some screenshots for me. throw them in the Jurassic channel. I'd love to see it. No worries, all good. We are just still on the hype of planetzoo 2's announcement. We're jumping back into our seal build. Seal. Do 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 do. But no, that's awesome. Right, you did catch me right before I was gonna go to the loo. So I'm gonna go to the loo quick, and then we're gonna continue, okay? Do 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 do. I'm back. It's funny. I just saw an Instagram post from Frontier where they actually talk about some of the stuff we were just discussing. Things that we kind of speculated from the screenshots in the trailer anyway. But they put animals really come alive in planetzoo 2. We're talking realistic models, dynamic behavior, herding, and more. We literally just mentioned that a minute ago. But they outright go, yeah. So off that basis alone, we know climbing will be a lot better. Or cleaner. Do 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 do. Right. What fence do I want? Let's have a look. Oh my god, that looks beautiful. With the Sinoceratops as well? I love it. You've really gotten into the hang of making your own custom barriers as well. Yeah, no, that's really cool. It's getting there slowly. Hard to do with the pieces available in the game. Yeah. We are lacking. You've done an amazing job, though. Like, genuinely. Right, what am I doing? Conservation. You're gonna look into Munch? No worries. Enjoy. Grab these ones. You know, that's a really pretty habitat, like. Right, I'm gonna have to make this slightly taller, aren't I? That's fine. No! Don't torture us like that. Yeah, I know it is. Unfortunately. Genuinely, what is going on here? There is a half-full bin here. There's rubbish on the ground. And there's not a single caretaker in sight doing their job. Actually, saying that, they have clean here. This was a mess before. It doesn't sound so bad when it's like that. It's gonna become more exciting when that becomes, like you say, double digits. 99 days to go. Do 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 do. I'll delete the extra posts as we go around. Actually, we can still go forward a smidge. Yeah, we were saying, Pause, that Frontier tweeted out confirming their presence in the Wholesome Game Direct on June 6th and used the specific wording of exclusive look at planetzoo 2. I don't think they would use exclusive as a word if it was just the trailer again. So I am very confident it's going to be some gameplay. I pray it is. I'm an official co-streamer for the Wholesome. What time does it start? I would love to, because that's on a Saturday, isn't it? I'd love to raid you that day and then, yeah, just chill, hang out. I'll be streaming from 4 PM. It starts at 5. Well, that's perfect. Well, that's actually perfect. Yeah, no, what I'll end up doing is, obviously we usually go until 5 PM anyway. I might end a little bit earlier that day. Maybe like 4:30. Send everyone your way. And then we can watch the direct together. It's a plan. I've been thinking of playing some more wholesome-esque games recently anyway. I say wholesome. I don't actually know if they are. I used to like point and clicks when I was younger. I don't really play them anymore. 2 games that are on my radar have just come out, actually. One is Mina the Hollower, which Sleep made me aware of. It's very old school Zelda. That kind of adventure. And another one is called Lumen Tale, which has just come out on Steam and Nintendo Switch. And it's a Pokemon-esque game. Like old school sprites and everything. Those 2 are currently on my radar. Hello, Rin. How you doing? PoE. Ah, yes, the new obsession. Hell yeah, you having fun? Yeah, it is good. But yeah, no, pause. It's a plan. Honestly, the June, like, old E3 and, like, Summer Games Fest period. Obviously, I'm a little biased because it falls upon my birthday week as well. But it's honestly my favorite time of year. Just seeing all the games that are being developed and... releasing.
It's Pikachu!
Damarice!
It's Clefairy! Fuck!
Thank you so much for the follow. What the hell is going on here? Yeah, thank you very much. It's very kind of you. Welcome in. We are currently working on one last project for planetzoo 1. My last attempt to finish a zoo before the sequel comes up. Doo-doo. Ah, Pee-wee 2 player. I just logged off. Right, I'm not sure how I feel about this, to be honest. Ooh, that could work. Make sure to stretch. I did moments ago when I went to go pee, but I'll do another one. Oh. Sit back in my chair as well. I kind of want to change up the stream again. I miss having my webcam over with you on the chat screen. But this is the better angle to see like the display behind me. But I may move some stuff about again. Kind of get both things that I want. Hey, welcome back, Loki. The helly? It's actually a better way of doing it anyway. I haven't got much planned for the weekend. No, not really. Today we're playing this. And tomorrow is pretty much just like a chore day. Get some chores done. But chill otherwise. I only have the one day off, so it goes by pretty quickly. All I know is that I have to help my dad tomorrow fill in the last hole of our fence. I want to get to cleaning the house this weekend. Nice. All he do is work. Yeah, you gotta kind of do that. It's, I'm in a very privileged position. I'm not a big streamer, or anything like that, but I don't have too many outgoings, and I earn enough that I get to do this as a full-time job. However, because of the inconsistency that brings financially, I don't really feel comfortable taking many days off. Sometimes I have to. Things pop up. But yeah. I'm like, why take Saturday and Sunday off when I could be working one of them? Aw, Loki, I appreciate that. I'm off out now. Have a great day. You too, Pause. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for the raid. Like I say, we'll definitely make next Saturday happen. That's very cool. I appreciate the transparency with it. I hope one day you get to the point where you're able to comfortably take care of yourself. I have been in that position before, but that was during COVID. COVID was an awful time, like all round. But to be transparent with you again, obviously it was quite a good time to be a streamer. Loads of people at home, loads of free time. Time to watch things, you know? When the world went back to normal and people went back to work at, you know, their offices and whatnot, everything kind of went. However, it's not all true. I feel like my community's gotten closer. Oh, you were a streamer. Hello, Flo, by the way. How you doing? I was a streamer back then too. I was honest with myself about never doing it for the money. Obviously, we all need money, you know? We have to pay our way through life. We have bills to pay. However, if you do it for the fact that you enjoy it, first and foremost, brilliant. Not everyone obviously has that privilege, though. Some people have to get full-time jobs elsewhere, and then they kind of do this as a hobby because they enjoy it. Like I say, I'm privileged in the fact that I can just do this as a job, so. That's good, though. It was a community thing because you were getting furlough pay. I like that. I am still alive. Just made it to Denmark and still no food. Right. But you have consumed quite a bit. Right. Now that that's in place, I have to tidy up the rest of what we have. I did just shave the ground. I want to get this as flush as possible. We're gonna have to add some things in between, of course. On the boat to buy alcohol. My parents used to go to France to do that. Do, 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 do. Do. Welcome back to Rockwatch. Oh no. Was Paws adding a load of rocks as well. I was yesterday, in fairness, in our lagoon build. In our lagoony. Pauses. Looking at those pictures. Yeah. It's a very good looking build. Very pretty. The absence of rocks disturbs me, however. It does look nice. I think she's done a good job. Again, we're just hiding all of this stuff. Do 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 do. Hello, Kuma. How you doing? No rocks, no maidens. We're just gonna use the rocks at the moment to hide the ugly terrain. That's basically what I use them for the majority of. They are a tool to hide the hideous. How many rocks do you think planetzoo 2 is gonna have? Probably less, because we're getting scaling. I feel like we don't need as many, or as much variety if we can change the scale of things. Looking at the trailer and the images though, the rock work looks a lot cleaner. A lot nicer. Like it just looks smoother and like fits together a lot better. More because want to make it look better. How many rocks it'll come with and how many we use in our builds are two different questions. Oh, there might be a brush for it, like in Jurassic. Again, there's quite a lot we don't know. They've said a lot of words which confirm stuff. But there's a lot they haven't showed yet, and they're keeping close to their chest for some later surprises. One of those is exhibit boxes. How they're different, if at all. Hopefully they are. One is staff management, and if that has had any improvements. And another's the terrain tools. Both Planet Coaster 2 and Jurassic have proper like foliage brushes, which this game just does not have. We have to place our foliage manually in this. So it's something they've not talked about, but we could assume is coming. I don't know. It's hard to tell, Vulcan. It really is. I feel like with scaling, though, they don't need as many types. They'll still need a variety of shapes. But I feel like Jurassic has a lot less rocks than this game. I could be wrong on that. That's just how I feel, though. What if there was a custom terrain builder where you kind of build the shape out of Play-Doh, apply a texture, and then save it as a local asset. Kind of like the, oh, what are they called? This game has that, in a sense. What's it called? It's where you can like do all the terrain heights and add the mountains and everything as like a map that you import. Ah, you're in an ad break. Got it. Please subscribe. Imagine having ads. Yeah, no one could. Thank you so much, Vulcan. I appreciate it. I was about to say not everyone can afford to do it. Just fair, you know. And there you go, slapping one at me. Thank you so much, mate. I do appreciate it. I think we're quite close to the goal. But we are on like the second to last day of May, so I don't think it's going to happen. But there's always next month we could try. Thank you, mate. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Do. Hello, Wonky. How you doing today, mate? I poop from a butt. Yeah, but sometimes poop from the butt could be nice. You know the single wipers? They're pretty nice. Wait, BRB real quick. Did that stir something in you? Do you... I'm good. Back to the build. I'm working on the farmhouse, outhouses, and abattoir. Okay. You know what I could do here, actually? Bring that concrete over. Egad! Do. I'm actually gonna go get food this time. Yes. Do not starve yourself. Right. If I can line this up, which I think... No, not quite. Do, 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 do. I have some plans to make this look pretty. Tidy up a lot of that rock work as well. I'm gonna add some plants in there as well. Rock work alone will not be enough. I could do it like this rather than constantly rotating it. Do, do, do. Right, get that in line, then extend out. Nice. Right, let's tidy up now. And like I say, the main thing I want to add to this is what we were doing earlier over there. Coastal mangrove. I like the idea of this, like, creeping down through the rock work. Do, 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 do. Same again on this side. Then we'll grab some bamboo pieces and the custard apple trees that we love to use. We're just kind of doing a layered effect at the moment. Fountain bamboo. Right. Let's hide a load of those branches. I like the leaves. Let's hide them branches. And same on this side. We've got random rotation on, so it'll always be slightly different. And then, finally, the custard apples. Kind of sprinkle some of these in. Hello, cheese. I didn't have an alarm set for today. It was glorious. That'll be me tomorrow, but I'm so used to getting up at a certain time that it won't matter. You're doing good then, yeah? Right. Now, let's tidy up this rock work. Today is a good day. I'm doing great, thank you very much. Have you got much planned for today, or nothing at all? And that's what makes it a good day. It's gotta be a good day. A sweet fuck all planned for today, and I'm thrilled of the prospect. I bet you are. Do. Nice. Hopefully you do find something to do that you want to do. But it's nice just to not have that kind of pressure. Do. Well, I am sat here trying to distract myself from Planet Zoo 2 in the worst way possible by playing Planet Zoo 1. Yeah, I didn't really think that through. Not my smartest moment. Currently chilling with you guys. Bev the cat plays Fallout 4 for the 400th time. Very nice. Sounds like a nice day to me. Stupid D. Hello Grim, how you doing? Do 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 do. Doing well? I'm doing fine on this good moaning. Good. Glad to hear it. You distinguished little rascal, you. Do 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 do. Yeah, that's nicer. Again, just a way of hollowing out that space. We could put some stuff over here. I'm not quite sure what, but... Do 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 do. Fountain, oh, faux fountain. Interesting. There we go. What else can we put here? We have the education display. We have some implied signage. Are there any seal statues? could make a little monument. Have all the names of our seals, perhaps? Do 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 do. Limestone. This one's pretty nice. Do 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 do. I've got a plan, Batman. That's better. Do 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 do. And then we could go. Is it a media device? It is. Can I customize this? In loving memory of John Doe. Nah, it's not quite what I wanted. Oh damn, you can put all the information in here. I don't remember this. I think these have genuinely improved since the base, since they were first introduced. Which was the Europe pack, I believe. Yeah, no seals have died, so. Whoa, what's your profanity? There we go. Do do do. What temperature is it today, actually? It's 27. We take those. We take those all day, every day. Peak of 27. I think it's getting significantly better as well. Today for us, the peak is 28 apparently now. But it's meant to get no higher than 29, possibly 30. And then tomorrow's 23 and cloudy. Monday's 21 and rain. Tuesday's 20 and rainstorms. Wednesday's 19 and rain. Thursday's 18 and rain. Friday's 20 and rain. However, if I've learned anything, it's this. We do not simply have a singular heat wave. Don't you dare jinx it! I wish I didn't have to. But last year we had like 4. This one's time may be passing, but there'll be another. I escaped some of it last year with your trip to Sweden. But yes, it's pretty cold up there at the moment, isn't it? Well, for them it's probably warm, but compared to what we have. It can get really hot up there. I was there one summer and it hit above 30. I suppose for their standards that is abysmal. Unfortunately, we're now used to that.
It's Pikachu!
Lagoosey! Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. You rapscallion. There we go. Yeah, no, thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. Zoopedia time. I'll try to aim in the book. Different from last time. Oh, the coyote. Not native to me, but native to a lot of you Americans. Conservation status not evaluated. I'm pretty sure they're doing okay for themselves. The coyote is a species of canid that lives throughout the diverse environments of North and Central America. Its coat color ranges from reddish brown to reddish gray, varied depending on the time of year and geographical area. Throat and belly tend to be slightly paler. Coyotes have a skinny build rather with large pointed ears and a narrow pointed snout. Male and female coyotes look alike, but males do tend to be larger and heavier than the females. They measure between 73 and 94 centimeters in head to body, the tail being 26 to 35 centimeters long. Yeah. There you go. I really like the coyotes in this game. But if you're an American, you're probably sick of seeing them. That was kind of like me and the red fox, to be honest. I've noticed this one's like a bit sunken down more, isn't it? Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Make them slightly different anyway. Yeah, we got the coyote. Luckily, I've gotten a different animal every time that's been redeemed. Do 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 do. I've got an idea. I can use our newest creation. For some implied signing. Did you get yourself some food? Ah. Why you do this? I may have to have it. Yeah, that could work actually. Hey, Goosey. Good time zone. I started planetzoo in April after years of wondering about it, and I've become completely obsessed. Hell yeah. I definitely wish I'd started way sooner. Happy to be here as well. Really enjoying the vibes. It's lovely to have you here. Yeah, no, I get that. planetzoo has been an amazing time. However, I'd say the time you've just joined is also the most exciting time it's been in quite a long time. You may have missed, obviously, the launch of the first game and like all those exciting and staggered new, you know, updates to the game, introductions of new items and mechanics, new animals. But now you're going to get that for the sequel. So and with birds and fish, that's even more exciting, no? I cannot type for the life of me. Hold on. There you go. Yeah, no. Welcome to the addiction. It's there's not many games in my life where I can say I've played it for years upon years upon years and just never got bored of it, really. I've had burnout. I've had loss of inspiration at times, but never got bored. There's always new builds, there's new ways to do things, new ideas you want to get down. Sometimes you want to recreate real zoos, sometimes you want to make fantasy spaces. Quiet Paws, a member of my community, also a streamer. She's building an Avatar-themed zoo at the moment. Pandora. It's just such a fun game. And yeah, that's gonna radically explode into more possibilities in October. And I'll be doing a marathon, plus many other exciting things. I've been invited to. We joined Jingle Jam last year in December to raise money for WWF. Because I'm a big animal nerd, big animal lover, very, very close thing to my heart. They approached me. I willingly said yes, no questions asked, and we raised £3,500 for WWF. The goal was 500, so absolutely smashed that. But I've been invited to like a creator day. And the plan is I'm going to go to their headquarters, WWF's headquarters, learn about the conservation projects they are doing for the animals that they're representing, some of which have been confirmed to be in Planet Zoo 2. I'm going to take the knowledge I learn in person and we're going to apply it to the game in December for this year's Jingle Jam. Especially with the new nature reserves we're getting. We'll build some conservation projects in the zoo and then release them into these nature reserves and see them thrive there. So I'm very excited. We've got a lot of plans. There's a lot going on. Do. Yeah. Can't wait to see what everyone builds, to be honest. I swear sometimes my neighbors amaze me greatly. My one neighbor was just complaining about the heat. So I said to her, you know, it could be worse. It could be snowing. Imagine shoveling all the snow in the heat. She actually replied, oh, you're right. That would be awful. This is where an hour later, they've realized what you've said and then come angrily knocking on your door. How dare you show me up like that? You know what we need here? A very obvious thing that we're missing. Benches. I've not laid out the benches much in the zoo yet because we have to redo a lot of the pathing. But these just fit here so comfortably, which is nice. We're gonna need some bins as well. Fat. I'm gonna get rid of that bench. Put the bin right in between. Ba-doo-ba-doo-doo. Now, the donation bin. I've got one either side of the stairs at the moment. Also, hold on. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. That's better spaced. Yeah, we have the donation bins. I think they're pretty fine where they are. Let's do the sign. I think it was Noto. Hold on. Do. I'm expecting some choice words to be thrown my way later. font 2D Noto. Okay. And it is those ones. Cool. Actually, what's the 0.3 on the boobels? The boobels. Lack of boobels. There we go. Do. All I can say to you is good luck. Do. It is an E, okay. I'll get away with it. They love my puppy too much to be really annoyed. W puppy. I will have to go back to this in a minute. Do. Gracie. Right, let's grab all this then. And then I need... Where did I put it? Hello, penguins. There's so many of you. Yeah. Oh, okay, I think that's just... Yeah. The darker shade of black. Welcome back, dude. How's it going? You're an evil genius. That is pretty clever, in fairness. You gotta give it to him. Right. I like that a lot. I actually need to put that on the other builds because we made that far later. Well, that's part of the Gibbons. Hold on, we could improve this. Do, 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 do. Great success. Do, 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 do. Oh, right. One thing we do need to do before I nip to the loo. Let's go! Hello, Blackjack. How you doing? We might not have to do this anymore going forward. As you saw, the pre-order bonus for 2. We're getting animal-themed ones. I wonder if there's any in the base game, by the way. And the shark, the hippo, and the toucan are like extra. Oh, you're talking for sport again. Hello, Gray. How you doing? Do 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 do. I hope there's some, but I don't expect there to be one for each animal. Yeah, that's probably very unrealistic. What is realistic is those like hand-drawn, stylized animal signs for every animal. They've shown that the deluxe edition animals are all getting one. I think every base game animal will have one as well. And the reason I think that is because I think we're looking at them. I think those images are the in-game signs. I loved how later DLCs got all of that, but then like the base game animals had nothing. I'm so excited to not have to do hand-done mesh. I know. I love the whole principle, the whole idea. They might show more about that on June 6th, next Saturday. Could show us how it's done. Do, 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 do. Yeah, from the trailer and from the screenshots I saw, the aviaries. Oh, hold on. Bear with me. The aviaries, like any habitat, they have a staff door that you can attach onto them. But additionally, you can, if you want, add the guest walkthrough door. So that, like you're saying, suggests to me that we can have aviaries potentially to house monkeys and cats and such. I get the feeling it won't be just mesh either. I reckon it'll be like the walkthrough exhibit boxes we have now, that you could actually change and have like glass potentially, as well as mesh. Like change the material perhaps. That'd be cool. We'll have to see though. I simply just love the idea that we have these poles that we position, adjust the height. You plop them in. You add some additional poles connected to that pole. Again, change the height, change the distance away. Plop them down. And then between those poles, the mesh is just generated for you. And then it sounds like you can customize that a little bit further as well from what they said. It's so good. And it's so much better than Jurassic's aviaries, which was my only hope. Like the butterfly walkthrough mesh? Yeah. Exactly. Alright, the reason I so abruptly said, oh, hold on. This unnamed seal lady has 2 pups. Beatrice has 2 pups, with a 3rd now on the way. So that's 5 pups, plus the 2 parents, plus dad. Yeah, okay. The reason for that is they only like being 8 individuals. So if the other one got pregnant, that'd be 9. But it does say up to 2 males. What is the sex of all the pups? female, male, male, female. Okay, we're actually gonna have to get rid of one of the pups. So I'll allow you to breed. We need a female from you. Right, I'm gonna go pee, I think. Yeah, no, it's very heavily insinuated that gameplay is coming on June 6th. Because planetzoo 2 have retweeted the post about them being present at the Wholesome Games Direct that day, stating there will be an exclusive look at planetzoo 2. If they just show the trailer again, that's not exclusive. So yeah, we might see how the mesh actually works and operates. Said it my way, I have polar bears on the list. You're something out of a horror... Eco Zoo, you're something out of a horror film. I have my own polar bears, don't worry. I think we have a cub, don't we? Where that cub is, God only knows. There you are. Yeah. Sadly, they only like being the two adults, so... I have to get rid of the cub. Release. That's the cool thing. Like, I'm just releasing it into the wild. I'm getting some conservation credits. In the sequel, I think we'll have the option to send... I don't know about all animals, but maybe the majority to these reserves. I think that was on their FAQ. I can't remember where it is now, but I swear there was something that was like, they're gonna allow animals that make sense to go into reserves, but maybe not every animal makes sense. Right, we have an ad break in progress, so I'm gonna go pee, okay? And then we'll start the next bit. Another bit complete. Right. Oh wait, what's that? Release a cow into the nearest jungle. What am I waiting for, Vulcan? Oh, you're not in ad jail. You're in BRB jail, because I need to pee. I am back. Do do. Hold on a sec. I kind of think I can improve the color. Ooh, I quite like that one. Thank you. It's not too far off what we already have, to be honest. Do. Let's see how that looks across the board. Ooh, I really like it. It's more striking, isn't it? Do. We're getting our practice in, chat, for aquariums. I can't wait for the improved lighting and reflections and everything. I don't think there'll be any of this happening. Hopefully no light leaking outside of objects as well. Like in planetzoo, if you have 4 walls and then you put a light inside, the light leaks out of the 4 walls along the floor especially. Whereas in Planet Coaster 2, you do that, and it's like contained within the walls. So that's my hope. Because I just never bother with lighting in this. Do. I think we've done a decent job though. Diddly doo doo doo. Right, these two are the last two. I can't get over the comparison of the crocodile, by the way. That to me is mind-blowing. Yeah, the zoo's pretty hot, so I have to keep all my habitats, not all of them, but the majority of them quite cool, especially the water. It's a bit of a link. Have a look at that, though. Look at the difference. Holy glow up. That's what I'll say. Do-do-do-do-do. Right. Yeah, it's crazy. It does kind of look like it's made out of clay, doesn't it? Very shiny as well. Very shiny. I'd like to see a comparison of the, well, you can kind of tell, really. Hold on. Transform, reset. Do 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 do. Look at the difference. See, we've got like the beard, the chin fluff. The old chinny fluff. I think a better look at that actually is hold on. Let's hide that. No worries, Vulcan, mate. Enjoy. This one. Look at the difference. That is just crazy to me. I don't think it's as big as a glow up as the crocodile, but it's pretty up there. Do, do, do. Pretty up there. I hope someone does that actually. I hope someone makes a comparison, either video or like screenshot compilation between every returning animal. That'd be nice. Do, 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 do. Right. There is something I have not yet done. Stones along there. I'm sure there will be. I fall for them every time. They're so easy to click on. Yeah. Once that online Zoopedia starts filling out, I reckon we'll start seeing a lot of those comparison videos. Do, do, do. Start hiding all of these, no? One thing we know is in the game, but we haven't seen yet, is the lion. Now the lion is like one of the biggest offenders in this game. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that turns out. I've just realized, you poor sods, I didn't mean to do that. The central island is just hot. Do 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 do. Oh. Right. I love how they instinctively, like, sleep in here. Despite the fact I've hidden bedding under here. Bedding up along here, which we do see them use. And now bedding in there. This is going to be a hard shelter for them as well. I got loads of it, but it's crazy. Right. We're going to do I say a tiny bit. It's me. We're going to do a little bit more rock work. Okay. Do. And it's mainly giving shape to the land now, which they don't need much of. If I have a look, they only need 248 meters squared of land. They have almost 2,000. However, I look at the animal scale, and I'm like, if there's 8 fuller grown seals of that size in here, you want a decent chunk of land. You don't want to... Even if the Zoopedia tells you, like, they don't need that much, it looks a bit restrictive. But I think we are going to take away some by adding some rock formations on the land itself. All these rocks reminds me of Labyrinth. Ludo! You can talk to the rocks! That film terrified me as a child. I love it though. I do love it. I wouldn't say that it looks like an unrealistic... Yeah, this looks like quite feasible, right? I just don't know how 248 meters squared would look. You know what I mean? Hey, Nadia. Kek, I've been a moderator for 6 months. It's my anniversary today. Where'd those 6 months gone? What the hell? Congrats! Happy anniversary! You've done fuck all! I did not say those things. Did I think them? Nah, yeah, chat once again broke out into discussion about the absence of mods. And myself and Val did remind people, like, just be aware, people have lives and things are a lot busier for certain ones than others, and sometimes early on, you know, people are excited to be mods, they're here all the time, but then life gets crazy and they can't be here all the time. It is what it is, you know? Don't give them grief. over it, because luckily we don't really need strict moderation. My mods are like an extension of me, and they get to like do fun things for you guys. Like Nadia did the emotes for Jingle Jam, you know, and is probably one of the ones that is here in the day more often. Val does all the sound alerts, etc. Dragons come up with fun commands. Warlocks help moderate some fishy things, especially in the Discord. You know what I mean? Like they all help out. They don't have to be here 24/7. So I thought it, not gonna lie. Do they though? Do they help out, Daz? Ooh, would you look at the time? Oh. My only hope is that everyone is okay. Like, we've not seen Traska in months, but I hope he's okay. You know what I mean? I'm sure life is just very busy. Daz knows if he messages me us and says he needs us, we're there. Exactly. Like I say, I am blessed. This community is very chill. We've had some bad instances in the past with people, but they are so rare. And hell, you guys, in a way, you're all moderators because you call backseating out before I get a chance to. So, not that it happens often. Hello, Fab. How you doing? Yeah. Like, we do play a lot of other variety around this. planetzoo is our staple. It has been since the very beginning. We've had backseating in, like, RPG games if I've, like, jumped on them a little too late or a little later than other people. I've had some, like, games spoilt for me. We've had some rude people from time to time. Very rare, though. That just want to, like, you know, they're having a bad day and they want to take it out on people on the internet, you know? But it's so rare. And honestly, my community know what's up. They know what I want. They know what they want. So, I'm doing good, Fab. How are you? Maybe it's not the greatest personality trait either, but while this is very chill vibes, you know, we're very lurker friendly. You know, it's a nice. I try to have nice vibes because my the whole premise of my channel is work and lurk, right? This is my full-time job. But a lot of my audience are lurking while they're working, if they have the privilege to do that. I am background noise. I try to be entertaining. However, if someone's rude to either myself or someone else in the chat, I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm not really someone who just like silently messages the mods, immediately times out, or just smiles and waves. I will tell people to fuck off. If they're rude. The energy I get given, I throw back at people. So if you bring positive vibes and energy to my chat, I will shower you in love. If you come here and you're rude to other people, disrespectful, I'm gonna do it back. Again, I don't know if that's a good thing, but yeah. Oh yeah, Chav discovered that Seribot can give you animal facts. Yeah, no, I'm very overprotective of what we have, so. But saying that, I think you guys are as well. I am also very unhinged. Yes. Point in case. Yeah, I think that's it, Cheese. Like, slap that meat on. Yum. I've had some very harsh lessons in life. Some relatively recently, you know? And I've always done my best to help people, to be a people pleaser, never get in anyone's bad side, just, you know, be helpful, stay out of things that don't concern me, just try and make people happy. Years and years and years of doing this, as well as, like I say, some life lessons, I've learned it's not possible. You can't please everyone. You can't make everyone happy. It is an impossible thing to chase. So all you could do is be yourself and filter the people in your life. People that enjoy the vibes, enjoy me, enjoy the people I surround myself with. You're absolutely welcome to stay. People that don't gel with that, vibe with that, move on. Okay, bye. No! I didn't mean it. It was all a lie. It was all a fabrication. I envelop them with my buns. That's what I do to the people that I want to stay. Like, you know? I don't let you go. Hello, Val. How you doing? $105. Thank you for the stream streak. I've learned that it's 100% possible to help other people and make other people happy without compromising your own peace. Yes. What we're talking about? Nadia came into chat celebrating the fact it's her 6th month anniversary today as a mod. So obviously I knew what people were going to say. Something we talked about yesterday. You know, it's all tongue-in-cheek, it's all like haha, but obviously we're in a very blessed situation where we don't need heavy moderation. And obviously people's lives are crazy, you know. People can't be here all the time. It is what it is. I know people talk a lot about, you know, the mods never do anything, they're never here, which is not the case. But yeah, no, we were talking about that. We just got onto that topic, and then, like, I was just saying, like, we're quite fortunate. We don't... I myself am quite defensive of my community, but so is the chat. And we don't really get many, like, problematic people. So... sometimes there's the occasional person having a bad day, taking it out on the wrong person. But yeah. Hi, I'm the problematic person. Yeah, no. We have a lot of comedians. We have a lot of rage baiters and little gremlins. But when it comes to serious things, they're the nicest people, so. Doodaloo doo. Fishing! I'll lend you. Yes. I kind of want to change my layout again, you know. I bonk the problematic ones. Bonk. Alright, what can we do over here? Aww.
No! La la la!
Well, I hope your dog is feeling okay, and I hope you wash yourself thoroughly. Welcome back, Nadia. I want to use a different piece, I think. Yeah, I am as well. However, I don't, like, as I was saying to you, like, I don't think we need to rush it. We've had so many horror game days where the majority of what we're playing is utter rubbish. We don't know that ahead of time, but it just that's the reality that we get. And I didn't want to compromise on things that we know are rubbish because we're looking at them, we're looking at the reviews. I didn't want to compromise on rubbish just to make a horror day happen. So we know Psalm 2 is good. We'll just keep it in the back, and when some other games release, we'll We'll pick up from there. What tea you got? Earl Grey. Ah, yeah. Your gerbils. So yeah, no. Rather than force like a horror day, we'll just wait until some better games come out, you know? There might be some as of next week because we have the Summer Games Fest. So there might be some like cool little indie surprises. Do, 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 do. Yeah, we'll keep Psalm 2. We'll wait for others. Yarp. Do, 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 do. I could always film my guests walking through the abattoir as a horror game. Suppose you could. Do 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 do. I need to see what kind of plants they like soon. Done a lot of rock work. They don't like much plants though. It's gonna be like the king penguins, I think, where we have like little instances here and there. I always have to remind myself that Nadia is talking about her cat and does not, in fact, have a pet goose. Yar. Do 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 do. Right. I'm actually okay with that. Kind of like cutting that bit off. Should we see what kind of plants you like? Alpine currant. The arrowwood bushes are nice. Very nice, in fact. Aster. Azalea. Could have a beech tree in here. Brambles. Brambles are also quite nice. We could add a few patches of grass, although they don't really need much. Again, these kinds of seals, their habitat tends to be quite rocky. Common ash. I mean, there's quite a bit of variety. I think I'll add a couple of trees. Just for the aesthetic. Fuck yeah, I just got an email back for an intro meeting for potential internship in 2 weeks. Oh, hell yeah. Congrats, mate. That's for my exam internship after summer. No, that's awesome. Oh, that works very nicely for us. Right, I think that's it for trees. And then I'm going to use some of these to kind of like fluff out some areas. Again, I'm not going to add much. It's going to be quite sandy, quite rocky. Definitely benefit from having a bit though. And I'm going to use the arrowwoods kind of like the base, and then the brambles kind of like on top of that, I think. And we... Is that a pile of shit? Oh my god, it is. Yeah. Use this as the base. Have some brambles on top. How are you looking foliage-wise, actually? We do... I don't know if they, like, hot-fixed, but I swear, like, in the past, certain foliage, like, took up a big chunk of that bar. I feel like in recent years, it's been quite generous with how much it allows you to have. Oh, most others were full. Okay. Well, glad you got to hear back from one of them. Been looking for it since February. It's a long time. Definitely cause for celebration. Well, see how things go first, of course, but... Every aquatic in this game has just adopted that power, Dracus. I've given up trying to fight it. I think they started it, I'll be honest. Although I think the worst situation, and it wasn't even in a proper zoo. I wonder if any of you can think what I'm thinking of, just off the bat. If any of you were around back then. There is a situation that occurred that was worse than the sea lion incident. Wonder if anyone remembers. I'll give you a clue. It's a pretty big clue. For context, for those who have no idea what I'm on about, or who simply didn't, you know, weren't in the channel at the time. I once did like it wasn't a zoo project. It was just like I was testing things out. The aquatic pack had just come out. The sea lions were the North America animal pack, which was far later. This was just when the aquatic pack came out with the grey seal, the king penguin, the giant otter. I was just testing out the new stuff, seeing how the aquatics would work and everything like that. And I had a little bit of a pretend king penguin habitat that we were working on. But neighboring it, I had a little giant otter, habitat. The worst bit of voodoo I've ever seen occurred. The otter, full on, there's probably a clip of it somewhere. It swam through the glass and continued to swim across the entire zoo. It was flying around the zoo. The game recognized it as swimming, but it was nowhere near its habitat. It full on was Supermaning around the zoo. That is the worst instance we've had. The sea lions don't even come close to that. I wonder actually, hold on. I just went to my clips, typed otter, and there's so many of them going wrong. Is it this one? Sorry, Dad. It was this one, but it wasn't swimming. I copied and pasted it and then it just didn't want to work. Hold on. It's funny how in the end it just ends up in the penguin habitat. Yeah, my memory thought it was swimming. It wasn't. It was just running. Went for a jolly old run right around the zoo and into the neighbor's house. Hold on. I love that I could do. I wish you guys could do this. Bollocks. Hold on. Oh yeah, no,
Oh, you're getting the show of your life.
we have improved since. I used to have a headset mic. Do 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 do. A sapping, yeah. A sappe. Yeah, Lavona clipped that. Do 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 do. Hello, Seabear. Question: what does thy do in this game? Me specifically, or just the concept? The concept is you build a zoo. Me specifically, I am designing a grey seal habitat at the moment. Did you ever play like Zoo Tycoon as a kid? Or anything like that? There's various game modes, like there's a whole like career, like campaign that you can follow. There's like challenge and franchise where you're given limited cash, limited funding, and you have to make wise management decisions. And the sandbox where you can just kind of go crazy. So as you can see, you have your zoo entrances, your guest spawners, and then you just have to add everything you think of to make a fully functional zoo. Ticket areas, obviously animals, making sure their welfare and needs are met. Guest amenities, toilets, restaurants. Could build restaurants and stuff. So there's two sides to the game, essentially. the side where you're looking at your zoo, you're looking at like, you know, here's where I can improve on. Happiness isn't in the green, it could be better because they evidently need more places to buy drinks from, buy food from, more places to sit. The education of the animals could be better. Sometimes if conditions are not the best, they'll vandalize, which is crazy. You track your finances as well. Since adding the polar bears, we've been doing awful. But we are playing sandbox, so we have unlimited money. If I was playing on challenge or franchise modes with limited cash, I would not have added the polar bears. You can take out loans, which have interest. You can make marketing happen to bolster your zoo guest count and income. You have to manage your staff, where they work, how many like work at that particular part of the zoo, their salary, their responsibilities. You can give them perks as well, like healthcare, social clubs, PR courses. There's research. So something we now know coming into Planet Zoo 2 is that when we release our animals into our wildlife reserves, building for them in them will actually give us research to take back to the zoo. But at the moment in this game, we just simply use our veterinarians to research the animals. It unlocks things like better quality food, better educational bonuses for the guests, extra enrichment for the animals, improves their ability and their chance to breed. There's mechanical research as well. So you can unlock the various themes in the game, be they base game or DLC. All the different building pieces. You have to track all your facilities, see what's broken down, see what's in good demand, high demand, not enough demand. Is it financially worth it? Then you've got your education. So obviously you want to educate your guests of your animals. There's loads of different ways of doing that. You have educational boards and speakers. You can have tour guides where the educators will walk around the zoo with a group of people. There's animal talk points, which on scheduled months of the year, they'll approach, gather a crowd, and then give an educational speech on the animal. There's rides as well, like safari rides, monorails, trains, memorials for animals that you've lost. Different ways of viewing the animals. So we have cameras. These actually add marketing value to your zoos because people at home love watching them. If you've ever watched a zoo cam IRL before, I did so during COVID. Actually, it was quite nice. So you can see the animals in areas of the zoo you wouldn't normally see them, aka their shelters. So. Yeah, there's tons of stuff you could do. Loads of management prospects to keep a hold of. And then in the terms of the way you play the game, you could play it like you're playing Zoo Tycoon, which is a game I mentioned but you've not played, where you basically get these prefabs. There's loads of different themes. So this is more of like a northern theme. This is an African theme. So you can just plop these down, connect them up, call it a day. You could absolutely play it that way. Or you could do things piece by piece. You can build things the way you want them. Whole construction menu. So that is the concept of this game, basically. Hello, Astrid. How you doing, by the way? We were right about the Planet Zoo 2 release day. We were. You don't know, do you? I don't think you were here. I knew 2 days ahead of time. I had to keep it quiet. So when I was talking about release day and getting people's opinion on October or November, I was kind of playing silly buggers. How? I'm very lucky, I guess. I'm very fortunate. I get early access to a lot of like zoo stuff, be it DLC packs or information. However, I am under NDA for a lot of it. So until they tell me I'm allowed to speak to it, I can't. So. He was lying to us? No, I was gaslighting. There's a difference. When you list the features of the game like this, there's actually so much and you don't think about it while you're playing it. Exactly. And Zoo 2 is going to have even more. We've got the nature reserves, we've got the aquariums and the aviaries, proper scaling, improved animal behaviors and interactions. A post I read this morning confirmed herding, which we speculated from the image and the trailer. Tons of other things. Better pathing. Gaslight is worse than lying? No. Yeah, no, I saw the trailer on Monday. I got given a load of extra talking points that weren't included in the information they released, as well as some screenshots, and I had to keep it to myself until Wednesday. And then at 2 p.m, I was like, surprise chat, here's the very first trailer. Everyone lost their minds. It was very fun. It was a very fun day. Still bitter about it? Well, you gotta shake it off, because if I break my NDA, I'll never get to do stuff like that again. So... I'll live with that, Val. Quite easily. I set an alarm for when the trailer was going live. I had to very sneakily, like... I was telling people on the day, like... You know, no need to go anywhere. Like, the trailer's dropping at 2, but I've got you covered. I think most people assumed I was just doing a watch-along. I had to be so careful about just outright not saying, I have it. I know. I'm going to show you everything. Yeah, it was difficult. But now the cat's out of the bag, and you guys know. And now we have to wait 4 months. planetzoo 2 is going to have new things, but maybe they have to cut some things too. I think the only things they'll cut are the animal roster, although they might not. But an example of this is like, we're seeing a glow up in certain animals. Specifically like the saltwater crocodile in the trailer, right? I showed it earlier. It's a bit of a link. Bear with me. But look at that glow up, right? So yeah, there's some animals like the western chimpanzee as well as the crocodile, which are like coming back in and they're just like better looking. But there's some where they're replacing them. This game has the Bengal and Siberian tiger. But the tiger we saw in the trailer is the Sumatran tiger. So I'm of the kind of opinion, I guess, of like, I think the roster might get cut, but we might get a different subspecies instead of. Does that make sense? Hey, Hyoga, how you doing? I did say earlier, try not to spam with all the commands. Be gentle with it. I'm doing great, thank you. Thank you for asking. Doodly-doo-doo. Right, I think we can improve some of the landscape a bit. The sand, I guess. Yeah, I don't think. I think there was like 26 confirmed animals. Yeah, of the terrestrial animals, we know there's the zebra. We don't know what kind of zebra it is. It could be the one we have already. It could be a different kind. The African elephant. We know there's a giraffe. We see it in the background of the key art. It might not be the same giraffe. We have the reticulated at the moment. It could be another one. We have the blue wildebeest. We have Sumatran tigers. We have the golden lion tamarin as part of the deluxe pack. The western chimpanzee. They've confirmed the African lion. We've not seen it though. That's going to be one hell of a glow up, I imagine. Tree kangaroo. The tree kangaroo is on one of the tablets that the keepers have in the trailer. Asian elephants is an interesting one. If you go to the website and you look at themes, if you go to this and you scroll down to themes, the very first one, aka planet, literally on the trunk of Trinket's building is a sign of an Asian elephant. We also know there's bears. There's a statue of a bear. What else do we know? Hippopotamus, because of the donation bin. I think there was even another sign which looked like a proboscis monkey, so I think they're coming back. And then birds, we have the secretary birds and the toucan from the trailer. We got the golden eagle from the deluxe edition. Aquatic, we have the hammerhead shark from the deluxe edition. It's confirmed we're getting the black-tipped reef shark as well. The axolotl as an exhibit animal. The hawksbill sea turtles. The longfin batfish. Blue and gold fusiliers. Blue tangs, yellow tangs. Some like other coral fish. And of course the sunfish, the mola. Yeah, there's some clues hidden in those screenshots. Yeah, that's the bear I mentioned. I'm not sure which one you think it's a brown bear. It could be, yeah. Some people were saying there's a whole post on the website which talks about cetaceans because people like having like dolphins and whales. And they don't outright say no, but they don't say yes either. They say basically it's a controversial topic. Obviously, we know that places like SeaWorld do a terrible job with these kinds of animals in captivity. However, there are places in the world that actually do it well and release them back into the oceans. So their statement basically said, we don't know how to handle it yet. But they outright didn't go no or yes. But there are people that say, genuinely, during the build up to the trailer, they heard dolphin noises. I wasn't watching, so I have no idea. But apparently people heard dolphin noises. So maybe it's just ambience or music, I don't know. Sounds like they're in the process of doing research on it. Yes. And in the same vein, they pretty much said that obviously these wildlife reserves are a big thing. And obviously certain animals will be able to cohabitate in the same wildlife reserves. But maybe not every animal in the game will go to one. And I think it's basically for the same reason. They need to do more research as to how these animals are kind of looked after in the wild. So the obvious one they give us is the African plains. You got the wildebeest, the zebra, the elephants, the birds. But I don't think every single animal will get one. I'm not sure. Maybe over time they like update them. Daryl. I want a cat to be the first animal we build for in the new game. Maybe. Dolphins is a given. I don't agree, but I would love to see them. Again, dolphins and whales, very controversial to have in captivity. However, again, they haven't said no or yes. They want to do more research. They want to do it properly, is basically what they're saying. They don't want to upset people in either camp. They just want to do it properly. So, yeah. I had a discussion with a friend this morning about that. We were thinking, if not in the zoos, maybe in the preserves, in some coastal ones. Yeah, that's true. So yeah, it's one of those difficult ones. It's like, you don't want to get people's hopes up. And I think they've gone about it the right way in addressing it even on the website. As just like, we're aware it would make for an even more entertaining game. But we want to do it properly, if we're going to do it. We need to research it some more, like. I don't think it's a given, but it could happen. I don't think they never would have worked for this game, because this game is literally just a zoo. This game would be akin to SeaWorld, which obviously is a very not so great place. The new game is taking conservation further by introducing those nature preserves. So yeah, it could happen for the sequel. But yeah. Again, I don't think it's a given. I wouldn't expect them, but it would be nice to have them. I think another example is the hammerhead. We're getting the hammerhead shark, and I'm pretty sure they don't do well in captivity. So it's like... if we get one, why not the other kind of thing? Like... Anyway, they're trying to do everything properly and not like ruffle feathers and... you know. And I respect that, so... Right, what are we doing? We're gonna do this, weren't we? I can imagine a few fish like reef sharks as some different rays. They've already confirmed the black tip reef shark. I think a ray as well. It's because it's difficult. I don't want to get into it on my stream because it's definitely a talking point. Whales and dolphins are super intelligent, and they actually get depressed in captivity. And that usually leads to them harming themselves or their trainers. In a lot of SeaWorld's cases. Fish don't do that. However, that shouldn't, like, undermine what the fish need as well. They are still living creatures. So it's a big topic of debate, and I'm not going to get into it, but, like, yeah, it's got to be done properly. Do 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 do. Yeah, we can leave it as. Like I say, as you say as well. They're doing their research. They probably want to include them, but they're not gonna, like, just do it for the sake of it. Only if it feels right and it makes sense, so. Hell, they may even be there at launch. Do, 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 do. So yeah, we'll see. I think we're getting a huge roster regardless, though. We currently have 10 animals? I don't know if we'll have that much on launch for this new game. But I think we'll have more variety. I think that's a given with the fact that we're getting flying sheep. Flying birds and fish and everything. Like. Hello Josh, how you doing, mate? They may even do what Jurassic are doing, and they might re-release some older species back into the game as part of like free updates every month. Or they may have looked at the roster of animals in this game and gone, right, we have some good animals, but these ones are just almost like reskins. They're not necessary. We'll cut them out and add something more substantial. We just don't know. which is why we're going to follow that Zoopedia on the website and keep track of what they release. I'm doing great, thank you. Feet up, monster in hand. Did you have a good day at work? I wonder what birds will be added. I want to see shoebills and an emu. Well, we do have emus in this game. But in terms of things like that, yeah, I agree. I'd like the shoebill. It's much nicer, considering I'm not on till. Ooh, okay. You have the afternoon to yourself. I think all the things that you would commonly want to see will be there. We have a tiger. We have the West African lion returning. We know there's a bear. There's a statue of it. There'll no doubt be ostriches. The panda. You know, all the core staples. It's just like what DLC animals will make it in. Pretty much.
I like that boulder. That is a nice boulder.
Thanks. Toucan. Yeah, no, we've seen the eagle. We've seen the toucan. We've seen the secretary bird. I can't wait. There's got to be parrots. I hope there's owls. I'd love an owl. There's got to be macaws. Yeah, there has to be. I want an owl. I can finally bring those little statues to life. I heard someone in chat got possessed by an owl. I'm gonna take the bait. Who? I did that for you, mate. You better appreciate that. Hey, I didn't fall for it. I did that on purpose. I did that for you. Val's still correct. No one's falling for that. Ravens. I mean, if we have eagles, I don't know about ravens. Are ravens in zoos much? I don't know. I was thinking birds of prey as a whole. I think we're gonna get vultures. That'd be cool. I've seen ravens in a zoo, but they're not displayed animals. They're just they're just there like a pigeon. Same with things like magpies and the occasional crow. Ooh, a condor, that'd be cool. I wonder if things that couldn't fly in this will fly now. Do you know what I mean? AKA the peafowl. Flying ostrich. Not quite what I had in mind, but I was more thinking flamingos and peafowl, but yeah, we'll go with ostrich. Do 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 do. Oh, this rock is preventing them. I actually have to undo all that.
Sounds like a skilly.
No! Well, that was a complete waste of time. Some animals exhibit A. These rocks are bigger than these penguins, and they're fine with them. They walk right over them. But some animals hate them for some reason. Weirdly, the larger of them. Okay, we'll think of something else. God damn it. Oh, I just unclicked everything. What else do you want to see in the game chat? What other animals? I was very surprised to see a tree kangaroo on that little iPadlet. That to me feels like a DLC animal, you know? The lyrebird. Hello, Taya. How you doing? I want an expansion where the zookeeper is an animal. Oh, there's a game called not Destroy All Humans. Mars Attacks or Mars Attracts? Mars Attracts? Yeah, play that, mate. That is exactly what you want. I don't think you'll ever have seen the film because it is old. Have you ever seen the film Mars Attacks? There is a game. It's a zoo management game as well. Hello, Nat. How you doing? Have you been? I am showing my age, actually. Yeah. Yeah, no, they made a game based off the film, and you create a zoo where you hold humans. That's the link. Do, 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 do. Oh, it's such a good film. I know I'm showing my age with it, but it's such a good film. I'm sick at the moment, but otherwise, doing well. Hell yeah. I'm doing fantastic, thank you. Mars Attacks is a banger. But, you know, there's actually a game that you can buy where you just... It's not like this. It's more like Zoo Tycoon. But yeah, you keep people. You get Josh's wish. To be fair, that's pretty flush already. I'll just leave it as is. Ack. He's always showing his age? Whoa. For my birthday next Thursday, I'm just gonna start a stream and I'm just pure white hair. It's gonna be like that Saving Private Ryan meme. Right, let's try this again. Do. 46? Cheeky bastard. Doodle-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. The Martian's lasers turning people into red or green skeletons in an instant was brutal. And then the Martian's heads popping due to the loud music. Is that gonna... hold on. Where's CLDs? Thought as much. Yeah. We have talked about that, Zay. I'm not sure how it's going to be done. So at the moment, when a mammal, reptile, or bird gives birth, they just sit down and a little baby appears next to them out of thin air. I don't know if that's going to change for fish or flying birds. It would be cool to have proper nesting, like you say, Jurassic has. But they've not mentioned it, unless it's a surprise they're keeping close to their chest. The birth update. Did Zoo Tycoon have nests and eggs? Not Not the first game, but I think the second game did. I think. I'm pretty sure Zoo Tycoon 2 had eggs. The first one didn't. To be fair, in the first game, you couldn't really see much anyway. You were very zoomed out and... Hello, Hunter, mate. How you doing? Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. I'm fine either way. If we don't get nesting, it is what it is. It'd be a cool detail to have, though. I did great, thank you, mate. Do 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 do. We made a load of progress today. Tons. We were saying though, I wonder if we'll get an additional like growth stage. At the moment we just have juvenile and then adult. But it would be cool if you could see like the stage between at least. It'd be mind-blowing if we got more than that and we could see like old animals and such. But I think I'd at least be happy with an extra stage. What a draft horse in the game. It's not really a zoo animal, but could make for the nice petting zoos, I suppose. If anything, that sounds like a DLC animal. They are massive. I love them. I don't think they'd fit a zoo roster, though. I've never seen a draft horse at a zoo. Can you stop pooing everywhere, please? Have some manners. Some decorum. I don't like horses, they scare me. Has something caused that in your childhood? A frightful encounter with a horse? Ah. Used to ride. You fall off, did you? Haunts. I was sat on the biggest one they had, and he refused to listen to me. I couldn't control him, so I was scared as a tiny girl. Okay. I get that. That's not so bad, though. I thought you'd, like, fallen off it or... Luckily not. It is too big. I don't like big things. Well, that's a fucking lie, isn't it? I'm like scared of whales too. That kind of leans into my phobia. I respect and love them from a distance. I love looking at them on like TV. If I saw one out like in the ocean but I was on land, happy as Larry. If there ever was one, you know, on display, even though obviously it's very unethical. Yeah, but I would never want to be in the ocean with a whale. Even though it's not going to eat me, I think I would have a heart attack. But that plays into my whole thalassophobia thing, so... What does that mean, Daz? Nothing. Nothing at all. You can go where no man can go before you. That makes sense. Whoa, what's happening here? I'd rather encounter a giant squid than a whale. Oh, fuck that. I'd rather neither. That was our big boy, wasn't it? There he is. Fucking yawning at me. Like. Yeah. If he can get through there, everyone can. Speaking of terrifying sea creature, leopard seal. They are vicious. I'm pretty sure that's one animal that is... I could be wrong. I've never heard of a leopard seal in a zoo or captivity of any kind. They are way too unruly and dangerous. We actually need more enrichment now that the group has grown. Wait, oh yeah, you do. You're like on the edge. You're goddamn teetering. We could have a little underwater submarine. Oh, I've always wanted the walrus and the pelican in this game. I think pelican always could have been done because... Oh, to be fair, both of them could have been. We have grey seals and we have sea lions. We could have had a walrus. And the pelicans, you could have just treated like you do flamingos. I think in zoos, they, like pelicans can fly, but I think some zoos actually, like, clip their wings. Hey, Simploid, how you doing? Why are all submarines yellow? Blame the Beatles. I don't know. They don't really like short grass, but they like long grass. It just looks naff, doesn't it? I don't really like it. The new long grass looks fantastic, though. Work was dead, so I went home earlier. Working in retail is so painful. Yeah, I did that once. Never again. I'm doing good, thank you. Can't complain, can't complain. We're just chatting about what kind of animals we want to see in Planet Zoo 2 at the moment. Do 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 do. This is my first and last time I work in retail, really. Yeah, I can't, like I said, I don't blame you. Don't go into the long grass. That was yesterday's game. Doodly doo doo, doodly doo doo. Right, what could be quite nice is around these rocky areas. Have these little patches. Maybe lower the intensity, actually. That way it blends into the rest of it. Hello, Freck. That way it blends into the rest of the terrain. The shoe bill. We do have a sound alert for that thing. That monster. Alright, Nadia. All good. Shoebill would be cool. The possibilities of birds we can have now, though, is just... It's so good. So many different species and colors and... Shoebills, hornbills, ibises, macaws and parakeets, birds of prey, I might have accidentally slept in. Ah, it's the weekend. That's what it's for. Like. I'm gonna continue my alligator habitat. Very nice. Hopefully you make some good progress with that. Speaking of yesterday's game, how big was Val's body count? Not as big as usual. We unlocked security cameras, which is a very interesting thing. It means that while we're building and Val tries to get out and cause a bit of chaos, the cameras will intervene, kind of help control that. However, in the more common scenarios where the power goes out completely, I have to then drop what I'm doing to rein her in. Cassowaries? We have cassowaries in this game, but yeah, I'd love to see him back. I would love to see them return, yeah. Bah. Literal dinosaur, by the way. I mean, they already look quite good in the game. This game. If they bring them back, can't imagine they'd need to do much, to be honest. We also have the cassowary in the Redeem, I believe. What am I doing? There we go. Hello, kitten. I saw the trailer on Monday. I spent 2 days making subtle suggestions and gauging chat's opinions before revealing. I'd love to see interactions between guests, staff, and animals. Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah. Yeah, no, Ken, I was very blessed, very fortunate to have been given additional information about the game, as well as the trailer and a variety of screenshots, which are up on their website now, in advance. I had to keep quiet about it, obviously. Yep, I have to sign NDAs. But we did a big, like, reveal stream on Wednesday. Literally, like, a minute before the trailer came out, I was like, chat, I have a surprise for you. Buckle in, you're not prepared. It was a very, very, very fun day. I think the content creators over on YouTube had a similar experience. Are you still bound by said NDAs? Well, I've already revealed what I know. Or have I? Yeah, I spoke about what I was allowed to speak about. I'll put it that way. No comment. Do you want me to go over the talk points again? They are on, I think a lot of them are already on the website. But I could go over some of the information that Frontier provided me. Sure? What I'll do is I'll do exactly what I did last time. Right. Let me unlock the store. No worries. I'm gonna get my my page up. You let me know when you're ready. You ready? Right. So here's basically a kind of shortened down version of what we did on Wednesday. Okay. So as you know, the game is coming out on the 13th of October. $39.99 for the standard edition. $54.99. This is British pounds, by the way. For the deluxe edition, it's coming to Xbox, PlayStation, and Steam, and Epic Games Store, I believe, as well. As part of the pre-order bonuses, you're getting the Toucan Eat shop and signage, 3 unique animal donation bins. Those are the toucan, a shark, and a hippopotamus, as well as a tiger photo stand. Plus, we're getting double the amount of deluxe edition animals than we did the first game. You're getting the golden eagle, the golden lion tamarin, the hammerhead shark, the longfin batfish, the blue and gold fusilier, and the axolotl is returning. Plus, signs for all of those. So yeah, that was pretty much talked about. Right, let's talk animals, shall we? Let me just scroll over. Right. I can link to this to their recent Instagram post as well. If I find it. Right. Terrestrial animals. Animals come to life in stunning new detail with visibly expressive emotions, reactions, and behaviors. To double onto that, their recent post on Instagram specifically says we're talking realistic models, dynamic behavior, herding, and more. Yeah, we're getting proper herding. Create an environment which meets each species' needs to see them happy and thriving, with playful new behaviors. See your chimpanzees scale climbing frames with newfound freedom. They've improved the climbing. Giraffes eating foliage from trees. Giraffes will eat from the trees that you put down. And juvenile zebras playing chase across the savannah. And then we have aquatics. Prepare your diving suit. Fully aquatic species are making their splashing debut in stunning detail. Build spectacular freshwater or saltwater custom aquariums to house exciting and swimming animals. A new world beneath the water awaits, filled with colorful shoals of fish, black-tipped reef sharks, hawksbill turtles, and many more. Each aquarium provides mesmerizing underwater views for your guests. Make sure to keep these sparkling clean with filtration systems and provide easy access for your keepers to dive into animal care. And then lastly, frequent flyers. Soar to great heights with a diverse mix of bright and brilliant, fully flying birds, including the vibrant toucan and the majestic secretary bird. House your birds in fully customizable aviaries with poles and generated mesh covers. So basically what that means is you put these poles in, you can adjust the height of them, the scale of them, you plop it down, depending on when you put your next pole and the height of that pole, it will generate mesh in between those two poles. I believe you can customize that to a degree as well, but it means that the aviaries you build, you can kind of control the shape in which you're going to get. It's not like the Jurassic aviaries, essentially. Observe their dynamic behaviors on the ground and in the sky as they glide around unique habitats. Also perching on pretty much everything. Aquariums, specifically. Bring water worlds to life by creating saltwater and freshwater aquariums, mixed species spaces with bold, bright colors, global illumination technology, and diffused lighting creates natural aquatic spaces with shimmering light, particles, and shadows. We kind of saw that in the trailer. And then with the aviaries, construct fully customizable aviaries with a new tool which allows the placement and generation of meshed ceiling netting, creating stunning spaces which allow guests to walk through areas filled with beautiful birds. Right. Ways to play. The ways to play haven't changed. So we have career mode. Join the Fauna Ecosystem Network, FEN, in a fun-filled adventure around the world to support...
Hashtag ad time from the streamer.
Thank you, Lukey, for the Prime for 54 months, mate. I appreciate it. I'm glad, Captain Beanie, mate. Same. So yeah, we go around, we're doing the campaign with this FEN, but we're supporting and maintaining zoos and wildlife reserves. which is obviously a new feature, which we'll talk about at the end. Franchise mode is back. Build a global wildlife network and trade animals with other players to bolster your credentials as an expert park builder. And sandbox mode. Craft the zoo of your dreams and play your way with customizable settings. They obviously talk about creativity. This is something I tell people a lot, all the time. They're hammering down on it. Like, you can build this purely through blueprints. You can use the prefabs that the game provides, or you can download other people's off the workshop. And you can literally place all the pre-built structures you want and habitats and just edit and adjust things to fit your ideas and world. Or you can build piece by piece. So you place every individual aspect and control everything. This is what I tell people about this game and even Jurassic. You can play this like Zoo Tycoon. You can be meticulous. It's really a game to be enjoyed either way. And finally, the newest feature of the game, wildlife reserves. Conservation goes further than your zoo. Take on conservation projects that meet specific requirements to release your animals into fully customizable, expansive wildlife reserves across the globe in living ecosystems created by you. Design, maintain, and observe a network of entirely natural environments that allow the animals to thrive and even improve your zoo with research, all while maintaining a minimal staff presence. So what this means is you guys love to name animals. No longer do we just release them into the wild and never see them again. They are released into ecosystems, these wildlife reserves that we get to build for them, where we can just watch them in the wild naturally thriving. And as it says, the work that we do there benefits the work at our zoos, because we learn more research and everything about them. So yeah, no, that's pretty much all the talking points that Frontier gave me for reveal day the other day. Obviously, if you go to the website, they do expand on a lot of this. Yeah, these are the things they've confirmed. I still think they have a lot hidden away to keep some surprise. It wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility. Also, we know, and it's confirmed from the website, that scaling is coming, which obviously Jurassic has and Planet Coaster 2 has. So we can just scale objects how we want. Better pathing. We're getting proper pathing tools that allow us to build plazas. So hopefully that means we're fighting with our pathing less often. It's more intuitive, more easy to play. So those are confirmed things. But yeah, no. One thing that was pretty interesting, if you look at the images on the website, which are images I showed on stream on the day as well, you can see the new UI. And in fact, I'll show you. Let's hide that. There's a couple of interesting things to pick out. Yeah, we'll start with this one. Oh, it's the wrong one entirely. Let's try that again. There we go. Oh. Hold on. Right. So. You may notice a new UI. Over here, we have our pathing. We have our barriers. We have our terrain tools. And we have our multi-select and delete. But you'll notice at the bottom, they've changed it a little bit. Not too much, but a little bit. So we still have our currencies, our zoo count, and our ratings. However, a lot of this has changed. So we now have an aquariums tab. However, there's a whole tab for exhibits. And they've made a point in including the axolotl as part of the deluxe edition. So I'm hoping, I'm praying, they've not spoken about it or shown anything on it. I'm hoping the exhibit boxes are more customizable now. Currently, as they stand, you plop them down, you add the bug, you walk away. You don't have to bother with them again. And you can't really customize them. So that's something interesting because they've not again talked about it yet. And then we have nature, facility, scenery, and blueprints. Something else they've mentioned on the website is that the in-game years will be longer, which is fantastic. Suddenly you won't blink and then you're in year 400. And seasons are coming to the game. We're getting seasons, so that's cool. Now, another interesting thing I want to point out is this UI. So this is the new saltwater crocodile. But if you look over here, the animal information screen has received some upgrades. The biggest one I think is the coolest here is we're able to track the animal appeal. And that looks like real time. I think this is a value that increases and decreases. You can actually just track that on the very first page. So I think that's pretty neat. All of this stuff up here is pretty much the same, although they've changed a couple of the icons. And then, yeah. They've given it a clean look, essentially. So that's all new and different. And yeah, no, that's pretty much it. Again, the information on the website goes into more detail on some things. But that's all we know. They've announced enough to kind of be like, wow, everyone's like wished things are coming to the game almost. This is amazing. It's vastly improved and different from the first one. But I still think there's a lot they're keeping close. Again, you got to have a few surprises, you know? Another thing is that they have tweeted about the Wholesome Game Direct happening in the Summer Games Fest on Saturday. And their wording is tune in for an exclusive look at planetzoo 2. They wouldn't use the word exclusive if it was just the trailer again. So I think we're getting gameplay on Saturday, next week. So we might see how some of these things actually look and how they play out. Like the aviaries and such. But yeah. As you could see, it looks beautiful. This was another thing. They mentioned giraffes eating from trees. And like birds perching and like the chimpanzee kind of dynamically free roaming around the things that you climb. I think this tiger, this Sumatran tiger, is using an ordinary tree. Because look, they got the same bark, the same details. It's using an ordinary tree, I think, as a scratching post. So I'm under the impression of just like animals are going to interact with what we build a lot more. Currently, we do like add a lot of implied things to our builds, which they can't use, but in a zoo setting, they might. I think they will. To an extent, probably, but... I want to murder kitties to scratch trees. Also, I think this is the new long grass. If you directly compare... This is the long grass we have right now. You can see it right below my camera. And when you scroll out, it's just gone. This looks like the new long grass to me. You can see all these little pebbles and stuff. Obviously, we've been doing that manually today in the seal habitat. This just looks like part of the terrain brush, the biome brush. Hello, Ooze. Yeah, pretty much. Do the trees regrow leaves? That's a good question. I don't know. The trees might not visibly lose anything. It would be interesting if they did, though. And if the game has seasons, which we now know they do, would there be less foliage on those trees in those certain months? I don't know. Again, there's so much we don't really know. Do you see what's in the grass for those tigers? Rocks? So my alligators are on top of the viewing area. Those pesky reptiles. Here's another good example. Here's two, actually. It talked about the animal climbing being better and more dynamic. This is just a chimpanzee hanging from and sleeping on one of the climbing enrichment that we make. Usually they run along it, sometimes more scuffed than others, and they sit on it. But never have they done this. So I get the impression that if something is traversable through climbing, they will have more dynamic movements on them and between them. In the same vein, I believe birds are doing the exact same thing. I believe they're going to perch on pretty much anything we add in there for them that is perchable. Be it we make it out of pieces or it be a tree. Is that a hanging torch, like lantern? That is... I don't think I've got a good screenshot of it. It's these lanterns. They're in the trailer as well. The fire's not exposed, don't worry. Although there are tiki lamps in the first game, so... And yeah, here's the wildlife reserve. You got some elephants. You got some wildebeest. You got some zebra. Again, herding has been confirmed. You could see it in that screenshot. And you got some birds as well. Hello, Sandwich. Thank you for the bits. Hello, Apex as well. Hope you're doing good. Yeah. So I was just going over, like, on Monday, I had the privilege of being able to disclose a lot of information that Frontier provided me for the release of the reveal, I guess, the announcement. I got to show the trailer as it went live. I got to show screenshots. I got to talk about loads of other points. I just kind of went through and did the same again for people who weren't there Monday. But there's so much information on the website now as well, so things I didn't even like talk about. So we don't have a watch time command Apex now. We have the follower age, and that's pretty much it. So, oh, 2 seconds. Did you know that zebra herds are comprised of smaller family groups called... Yeah, they are. One male. They group up into mega migration herds. Yeah, I think you can't have that many in this game. I can have a look, actually. We've pretty much done with that now. Yeah, no, if you do want more information, there's more on there. Yeah, zebra. Yeah. Group size 3 to 6. 1 male up to 5 females. One dominant male per group. Females rank by age. So luckily that is a detail they have included in the game. Yeah, no. Maybe in the future there might be more instances where Frontier share something with me and then I can share it with you later. But yeah, that's all I've got for you. So, pretty much information that's all out there now. So, fix it, enhance the picture. Daz, look in the grass. You wish. You wish. You suck at keeping secrets? What do you mean? I kept this a secret. You're angry at me because I kept it a secret. So how do I suck at keeping them? Brain ain't braining here. I meant about knowing more on NDA stuff. I don't know anymore. But I was explaining I was under NDA and I might be again in the future. To be fair, I was surprised no one put 2 and 2 together. Actually, one person did. And it's not who you would expect. basically, I've been under NDA in the past with DLC packs for this game. Whenever a DLC pack got announced, I think a lot of people in the chat kind of assumed I knew what was coming in it ahead of time. I was never allowed to say, but I think they assumed it. No one assumed with this, except for one person. See, no, I didn't break any secrets or anything. Assuming makes an ass out of you and me. True. The person was Warlock, by the way. Not who you'd expect. With Warlock, it was me being like, the reveal's at 2 PM today. Stick around, guys. We'll watch it together. Everyone was like, oh, okay, we're doing a watch-along. Warlock was like, what have you got planned? I was like, nothing. You broke our trust. Cry about it. Do, do, do. I know how it works because I deal with the influencers of brand secret stuff. Yeah. To be fair, saying I have NDA stuff isn't a break of that rule. I'm not allowed to talk about this stuff. But anyway, I did neither, so. No worries, Nadia. Enjoy. Practicing aquatic builds? Yeah, pretty much. I wanted to make a marine life conservation park. We've been working on this all year. Depends on the type of NDA you sign. Yeah. Like I say though, I didn't tell chat I knew extra. Nor did I disclose what I knew. It was only when my NDA time had passed, where I was allowed to discuss it, did I say I was under NDA and here's what I knew. So I've done them long enough now. I know how to do them. Whether chat thinks I know more or not, that's up to them. I'm telling you I don't, but you think what you want to think, you know? But yeah, no. I get prepared for aquariums, kitten. Why are you still defending yourself? I'm not. I don't know where the you suck at keeping secrets part came from. Other than that, I was defending myself, huh? Because I kept secrets. Quite literally. And if you even playfully suggest otherwise, I could get into trouble, so I'd rather you didn't. Anyone. Bah. This game releases on Trasker and I's birthday week, I see. It's on Trasker's actual birthday. Yeah. Warlock suggested in the Discord that because it's his birthday, he gets to have the first animal name. and I suggested he gets to pick the first animal as a whole. But that's if he's around. I've not seen him in months. I think he's just very busy. So. I could ask him. No, you don't have to do that. I could say if he has time to be here and wants to be here, he'll be here. If he's not, he's not. As we've been discussing earlier today, like, people have busy lives. If he wants to watch streams, he'll come and watch streams. So, I already put in for PTO for that week. Nice. Bit of paid time off. I think a lot of people are starting to book time off for that week now. I gotta go be an adult and spend money on minis and model kits. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Why does Warlock get to reserve names? Where the hell did you get that from? Do. I must have misheard. Yeah, you did. I said Warlock suggested that Trasker gets to name the first animal because it'll be his birthday when this releases. And I said that I suggested something better, that Trasker would get to suggest the first animal that we build for. But that's if he's around and watching streams and has the time to, you know? You know, Warlock's not reserving names for shit. No one is. Not even Val. When I add a cat, Val has the opportunity to name it. But yeah. Do. I'll let her know in advance. I'm planning to add it. Be there, be square. Do. Val will be on early that day. I wonder what time it releases. I've noticed with like this trailer and with like past DLCs, it's always usually like 2 p.m. Hopefully it's not. I'd like to get a full day stream out of it, you know? Do. But like I say, maybe, just maybe, there'll be some exciting opportunities for me and the channel. So I got to play Planet Coaster 2 a day before release. So maybe I get to do the same. I'm not like outright saying I will have that chance and opportunity, but it could happen. Any speculation for what else is coming with the base game? Nothing else is confirmed, no. Lions are confirmed. Yeah, they're on the website. It talks about them. I believe it's the West African lion again. some of the information, I don't know what tab, but one of the pieces of information talks about the lion. Like, says its name. I remember you being here for Resi at discussing early hours. Yeah, that's why we didn't do... That's one of the reasons why I didn't do horror today. One of Val's favorite things is when we do horror streams. And I knew that she gets up stupidly early for those streams. And because there's really no games out at the moment in the horror genre that look good, except for one, it was a bit of a waste to suggest get up early for this one game. Beat it in an hour, goodbye, you know? So we didn't bother. We're on the website. I'd have to find it. Hold on. Oh, well, that's a big clue. The loading screen icon was the lion. I try to find what specific tab mentioned lion, and there was one. Plus, you can't have a zoo game without a lion in it, so that's preposterous. Do, 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 do. Ba 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 da ba ba. Yeah, I'll try to find it. It is there somewhere, and like a load of YouTube creators talk about it being a confirmed animal. So, based on the information, and like I say, the buffering icon for the website is a lion. So, I just don't know what specific tab. Do, do. Yeah, I'd need to do a deep dive. I'll look another time. That's too much. I just did it for Leon. You have been here early for a load of horror streams before. Maybe not 4 AM early, but... I work night, so I usually start the stream, sleep, wake up with a bit left of stream. The hours at which I stream may change soon anyway. I might be going live a little bit later, but streaming for a little bit longer. So... do 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 do. Why is it when I look up cleaning on the workshop to see how folks have made stuff, the only showers, etc. are in a group labeled prison items? Don't worry about it. Do, 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 do. Bend over and find out. Oh my god. Could he say that? Oh my god. Right, I want to add some extra little bits now. The bare bones of the abattoir are done. Stainless steel walls, loading docks, pickup points, girders, hooks, meat trucks, vent drains, office gear. I love how all different we are. So what are you doing, Daz, in the lead up to planetzoo 2? I'm building a semi-aquatic marine life park. It'll be nice to have the juxtaposition between this and aquariums. What about you, Wonky? A slaughterhouse. I'm killing them all. Meat's back on the menu, boys. Go damn. Damn right. And it's in view of the Highland cattle, so they better behave themselves. Daz is a masochist. He forced himself to think about Zoo 2 features that he can't have yet. I am indeed joy-hating right now. Look, right, you're not wrong. It works both ways. I'm very hyped for the game, as are a lot of us. And it's nice to talk about it constantly, discuss, talk about what we want, what we expect, what we think might happen. And then at the same time regret it completely, because now we are sad that we don't have it. I made the bare bones of an alpine lynx enclosure last night. I'm going to finish it tonight, tomorrow, sometimes next week. I don't know, I worked 10 hours today. It's quite a lot. I enjoy not having it yet, just to watch Daz Greg it out sometimes. Whoa, what do you mean? Bastard. Hell yeah, Lagoosey. Well, if you stick with us, if you stick with this community, not just mine, but planetzoo, if you stick with it, you enjoy it, you continue to have fun with it and practice with it, your world's gonna open up. quite literally. Look. The biggest killer in this game for a lot of people is just lack of patience. They don't lack the creativity or the idea. It's the process of learning how to get the result they want. It's got quite a steep learning curve, this game. It sounds like the second one would be more accessible to a wider audience. So that's quite cool to think about. The damn paths. Yeah. That's why I said to someone yesterday, like, what's the biggest tip you could, like, give me biggest 5 tips. I talked about loads of stuff, but the number one was, like, plan out your paths first and then add the barriers, because paths are such a stinky poopy. But they look, if they're like Planet Coaster 2's paths, they're going to be a lot better. A lot easier to control. Do 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 do. We'll just have to wait and see on that. Always been an avid builder in The Sims since the first gen. The only reason I held off on another creative game like planetzoo is learning an entirely new building system can be daunting. Oh, it can. But I'm having so much fun in planetzoo 1. I might pick up Planet Coaster 2. Yeah, I've heard. I've not tried it out yet. I've not played it since launch. But I keep being told from the wider Planet community that Planet Coaster 2 feels like a new game. It's not the same game as what was there at launch. They've done a lot to improve its pain points. Again, I've not tried it since, so I can't really comment on that. But that's just what people tell me, so. Do 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 do. Cladding, that's the one I need. You know what you've forgotten? Go on. Do you think they used Planet Coaster 2 as a guinea pig for planetzoo 2? I don't know about guinea pig, but I think the lessons learned, absolutely. I think one of the biggest pain points of Planet Coaster on launch was the whole idea of a water park was meant to be additional while still maintaining the thing that people loved most, which is obviously the coasters, the coaster part of Planet Coaster. But a lot of people felt very strongly that Planet Coaster 2 on launch just focused way too heavily on the water parks that the rest of the game felt like ass. Plus they made some other mistakes. And I do truly believe that they've probably learned their lessons from that. Do. Oh, did I have the worst luck. I get asked really intriguing, really interesting questions right as an ad break starts every time. It's no one's fault, it's just bad luck every time. It happens so often. Frick you, Twitch. I bet they've learned a bunch with Jurassic and, yeah, Planet Coaster. I reckon both. Yeah, I probably should. A lot of the time I see the question, but I'm still obviously building and focusing on the gameplay. That I don't really look out for that. But yeah, I probably should. It's not a big deal. I'll say it again. You had the bats in the Enchanted Forest Zoo, right? Yes. Exhibit boxes are a bit naff in this game, but the walkthrough ones were a big improvement. And with those bats, I really enjoyed hiding, making the walls and the ceiling invisible, and then just surrounding that null barrier with rock, making a proper like cave. You still have the PVC door that you go in and exit out of, but yeah, I made a proper like bat cave. It was cool. Enchanted Forest has been my favorite section of all the zoos you built. That got brought up earlier as well, I think. Chat was talking like Halloween, having some spooky vibes in the zoo, and I mentioned that build. Ooh. We'll have to explore more things like that in the sequel, for sure. I still want to build realistic zoos, but there's nothing against having like these fun like attractions, vibrancy and whatnot. Where can I see this? Give me 2 minutes and I'll show you. Doo-doo. You know what? That's a great idea, Val. If people want, I can go through memory lane. We've done a lot of progress today already, so the only thing really left to do in this build is the shelter, the house. Would you like that, chat? Would you like me to go down memory lane, show off some other builds, some other habitats? And also thank you, Dracus. Piss check. I'll do that first then. Yeah, I'll do that first. I'll go pee and then we'll start from the very beginning. I won't spend like an ungodly amount of time. I'll like show off the key things that we did. Again, I've never truly finished a zoo ever, so ain't a proper zoo tour. Right, I'll be right back. It won't be long. Right. Are we ready for this? An attempt tour? You're damn well right. I'll be honest. I think my strength is building habitats, not zoos. Hence why this project, I'm trying to build a full zoo and finish it. Ironically, if I blueprinted everything I ever made and put it in one save file, not only would my PC catch fire, but we'd have a zoo. Right, I will take you down memory lane then. Okay. Complete all zoos before zoo 2. Impossible. Impossible. Right, we're going to sort by the oldest. I don't think this is particularly accurate. What it deems the oldest. I think I have an idea in my mind though, so. Bear in mind, chat, some of the hitboxes of these animals that I've built for have been adjusted since I built the park. So some things may have escaped in their time of abandonment. Right, say hello to the very first zoo I ever built. This was me playing like Zoo Tycoon. No worries, Loki. Catch you later, mate. This was me playing like I was playing Zoo Tycoon. I would plop down a lot of prefab things. You know, I built all these areas out. These are all prefabs. I did at this stage of the game, I didn't build anything piece by piece. And then I have this red ruffed lemur. I was pretty happy with this build at the time. I built all this, all the climbing, the tree house, all of this stuff. They have escaped. But I built for Bengal tigers. Obviously, we just saw the Sumatran tiger in his glow up. But here's my Bengal tiger habitat. My thoughts now is when you look at it from a first glance, you think, yeah, that's adequate. That looks alright. But I hate the fact that I've not built any of this. I've done the walls. I've plopped down the shelter. I've plopped down the enrichment. And I've called it a day. And I've added some plants and rocks here and there. I think for like my first time ever playing, it wasn't bad, I would say. But yeah, no. Again, could do a lot better now. I was pretty proud of this as well. Again, I hated that I just had used concrete walls all the way around. But this is my wolf habitat. And this is my first attempt of making a den as well. Again, I would do this a lot better now. But I was pretty proud of this at the time. Again, the walls give me the ick. Again, I'm playing like I'm playing a Zoo Tycoon though, you know? Then I have a mixed species habitat. We got some giraffe, we got some zebra. Again, some practices I actually brought in with me pretty early on. Remember how I always talk about adding detail in clusters and not just the whole way around, which I do later on? This is my first attempt. So I built like little detailed areas and then hoped they would just fill out the space. We do go off track with that though, obviously. Pretty soon. What else did I build? Elevated terrarium. Makes no sense. But there it is. And then I have a gorilla habitat. I've not built for the gorilla since. But here's my gorillas. So yeah, that was like my first, I guess, go at that. What came next, I think, was this one. But I'm going to load it from the main menu, I think. Because it might be outdated. I gave myself the ick, alright? Like I said, I think it's an adequate looking thing. The pathing's fine. I've got my little like rest areas and food stuff. I have the elevated pathways with lots of education. And I've got plain and simple habitats that work in a game like that. But obviously after having like built my own stuff for such a long time, I don't recognize it. I don't recognize it. Next was this one. Now this one's a bit of a mess. I was pretty proud of this though. This one I built when the Australia pack came up. Just adequate. Piece of shit. But yeah, don't worry. I'll let you know when we get to the Enchanted Forest. So this zoo started off Australian. This is where I started binning off a lot of the barriers, and I started adding my own. So this is a kangaroo habitat, and this is where I first started using rocks in abundance. As you can plainly see. Oh yeah, these are all albino as well. This is how I made money early on. I do still use some barriers. In here, I have an elevated, like, place to grab some food. You remember this, do you, Nat? And this is the saltwater crocodile. I don't like how elevated disrupts a lot of this. But I attempted to make my own shelters. In the other habitat, I built my own wall. Here, in fact, I dabbled with underwater viewing. Again, I have all the glass on display here. It's a bit messy. It's a bit wonky. Pretty happy with that, though, to be fair. It's not even... Chat, it's not even connected to the ceiling. Don't look at it. I'm embarrassed. Right. And then we go along. This I was super happy with. This is a koala walkway. This is my first walkthrough exhibit with koalas. Big old shade structure. Look at his mistakes. We all make them. That's what I keep telling people. Don't be afraid to. And don't let them put you off. Just keep trying. Be better. Then in here we have the cassowary. We were mentioning them earlier. Big old danger bird. And then it kind of ended there. Actually, no, we had one more. Oh yeah, we had our first ever ride. Again, it's very messy, but there was an idea, which I'll tell you about in a minute. Dingo. Dingo stole me baby. Of course you got out. Why wouldn't you? So yeah, again, I use a lot of rocks. I'm making my own barrier. Not well. but it's an attempt. And then I took that den that I made in the other zoo, and I tried to apply it to these. I even added a bit of a skylight for people to kind of look in on. So these are our dingo. And then from there, I kind of abandoned the theme of Australia. I went into Asia. So here, I was very proud of this, even though they kept escaping and they were very shy. But this was my attempt at a red panda habitat. So here's their interior. And obviously before I realized they're very shy and hate and detest people, I had an open plan. You could look in at the red pandas. But there was also this outdoor garden, which again I made. Again, I'm getting better at the foliage at this point. And I made a bit of like an outdoor climbing area for them. But they were very stressy. They didn't like it, really. One thing I was pretty happy with was I built this for the pangolin. So this is a little outdoor space for the pangolin, and I have this big like tree with its roots kind of like hanging down over the cave. But we would go down through these mines. I built these mines. And then in here we have the like I tried to make a night house, like an interior habitat. Obviously, the lighting in this game doesn't really allow for it that well. But here's a little pangolins. Little baby one as well. And then you follow this pathway. Which again, I could do a lot better now. I liked the idea of this though. You'd follow this pathway. And you'd arrive to this, which was my custom Komodo dragon viewing. It was like right in the center of their build. We have our Komodo dragon. Built them a little cave over here as well. See, I'm using a lot more rocks. I found my love for rocks at this point. Trying to get better at foliage, and I am still using quite a lot of the in-game barriers. But for some of them, I'm replacing them with rocks. And then from here, this I was very happy with. This was my original giant panda build. I built the goddamn Great Wall, chat. I even had a water wheel. You can see me turning into Rock Boy. So yeah, I had this idea to just have this like palace, and right in the middle was this panda enclosure. On the other end, oh, everyone's running. I had this market area, which again, I was pretty happy with. Drakis, thank you so much, mate. Where did that come from? Thank you very much. Thank you for the 10 gifted. I really appreciate that, mate. Thank you. Yeah, I built this like market area for guests, which I was pretty happy with. And then I had this large orangutan build at the back. I kind of took inspiration from the gorilla that I built. But the whole purpose of this was I wanted the gondola to be a way of transport. So there was a station in the mountain. And then you could look out into the habitat over the waterfall. But yeah, as you can see, it's very Oh yeah, I had these indoor glass viewing areas where they nap. It was very rough. And then the habitat that killed this zoo for me was the Indian elephant. I was building for the Indian elephant, but I realized I didn't know how to detail such a large space and make it look good. So I kind of stopped there. So that was number 2. We're getting there. My boss was late with payday, bastardos. Well, thank you very much, mate. I really do appreciate that. That's very generous. Thank you to everyone you gifted a sub to as well. From there... I think we can now go to this one. There's a few bits of practice in between these things. Like I built a bear like forest. I built a Japanese macaque habitat, which got dubbed the monkey stripper room. Because I had a pole which they climbed, and apparently it was a pole dancing pole. Who knows with chat? Right, this is the next zoo. This I was very proud of. The effort shot up again, another layer. This is our proboscis monkey habitat. Again, I do still use some barriers, but I'm using them less. And I built my first, like, monkey island. You know what I've done for the gibbon, like, really recently? This is my first attempt, and I had all these vines connected within the trees. Ways for them to, like... traverse, and then you would enter Monkey Temple. Like I say, at the time I was very proud of this. We had some information boards. These I I downloaded off the workshop. We had a way of displaying our terrariums in the wall, and then we had like an indoor monkey house in here as well. Very, very happy with this. Your favorite Sasaki monkey, we will get to that zoo. Along the back, in a sunken habitat, again, I started to use a lot of rocks. Make my own barriers as well. This is the Babirusa. Very earthy, very rooty. I got better at like with the mud bath, I hid the frame and I made it look more natural. I was basically going for more natural things in this. And then what are the cats? This was the big aviary style building that I made for the clouded leopard. So here we have the clouded leopard. And again, I was building very naturalistic, but trying to keep those like realistic zoo elements, like the aviary style building, all the climbing. I had a little big outdoor playground for them there. I was a lot better at making signs as well. I was mostly lurking then. This was your first zoo. And then I had the entrance over here. And then we had the little cat viewing entrance in here. This was the cat shelter. Which I had connected onto the side of that rock wall that we made. That rock wall took frickin' ages. I think I even blueprinted that, I'm not sure. Right. The next stop, I made a walk through kind of resting area that doubled up as a peacock habitat. So right above the guest entryway was a way for the peafowl to nest in private. But then the peafowl were just allowed to wander and nab your chips, you know what I mean? Like they do in actual zoos. And then obviously I had my big main restaurant over here, which this one is walking into. Then we have Seal Cove. Great transition. We're building for these at the moment. Here's my very first attempt. This is Seal Cove. I didn't build the lighthouse. It's a prop piece. And then I built like a harbor for them. Like bedding, jetty beds. And then, yeah, this is my first, like, proper underwater house as well. I was very proud of this, again. We had some vending machines, some displays, education, a lot of stuff. I was getting comfortable taking things off the workshop. Never be afraid to use other people's creations. And I was starting to dissect them as well and see how they built them. And then this was the underwater viewing for those seals. And then after that, the Africa pack came out. So we go down here. And this was my meerkat habitat. My first one. We've done another one since. So here we have our meerkats. Again, very rocky. I'm obsessed with rocks at this point. I'm building my own custom barriers now. I'm adding more foliage detail. I'm in love with just adding waterfalls everywhere, apparently, as well.
I like that boulder.
Thank you.
That is a nice
I
boulder.
appreciate it. This is their indoor house as well. Again, I got more comfortable with having these backstage houses for everything. Over here, it's been gutted since because I deleted a lot of the rock work. But this was our first attempt at the penguins. I'll show you better soon. And then this was a very hilly rhino. Double barrier. I've started to use double barriers now. Catch you later, Zay. Thank you for popping in. I've started to use double barrier. Those big, bouldery, curved edges for our rhinos. Big old shade structure. Very hilly. And again, on this side as well, I have this like double barrier going on. So I was getting more and more comfortable, basically, as we're going. But we're nowhere near quite there yet. This is quite the tour I'm giving you here. Again, none of these are finished zoos, but you can hopefully see the improvement where practice paid off. Next. I think it's Pinewood time. But before we do Pinewood, City Zoo. Very small. Just practice. I didn't do much with it. And then I'll show you Pinewood. Pinewood, I think, is most people's favorites. This one, though, I kind of go against my own lessons, and I went a bit overboard. Which, it looked good, it just lagged the heck out of everything. So, this was an attempt, but there's some habitats in here I'm very proud of. This, as you can clearly see, is my capybara build. You can start to see it. All of this is individually placed grass. And I built a capybara hot spring at the back. Which they love. I start falling more in love with foliage, I guess. This was our Jaffe build, yeah. I was very proud of this. At this point, I kind of put less effort into the zoo itself, but more into the habitats. And then again, the backstage. I started using props. I started building actual backstage areas. A lot of it was implied back then. They brought in more props later on, like as part of the conservation pack. I even had like pretend doors. You know, like what we've been doing recently in our marine park builds. Yeah, I started back here. I was trying to work out what the animals' hitboxes were as well. What else did we build? Ah, the platypus. Never finished the building. Very happy with the platypus build though. On the side, you had like a terrarium style nesting area for the platypus. But all the way around, I had this lovely little place for platypus. An animal I might build for again if we have time before the sequel. And again, I had this little... I was working out hitboxes a lot. Seeing where they could go. But I had like a backstage area here as well. Places for them to hide away from the guests. Oh, I forgot about this one. Say hello to the Siamang Gibbon. I cannot disclose to you how excited I was. This was our first gibbon in the game. And as you can see, I've brought in a lot of this in our current builds, even in our most recent gibbon. Double barriers, rocks, custom barriers, foliage everywhere. My own climbing frames, although I did use these for whatever reason. I got used to the VFX, trying to make like river streams and such. I was obsessed with waterfalls at that point. And then I had this like backstage, which I was happy with as well. I was trying to like make my own little custom walls as well, so it wasn't just barren. We do a little bit of this with the more recent gibbon build. And then I had an indoor house for them as well. What else did I have? One other thing. Actually, what was in here? Oh, that's stuff. I tried to build for the leopard. The leopard? Yeah, the Amur leopard. Literally named Bastet, by the way. I think we know who named that. Yeah, no. Again, you can kind of see me going overboard, placing grass everywhere. Trying to make things look as scenic as possible. But yeah, I never finished this one. I attempted a good entrance as well. Right, it's time for Pinewood. We're getting through them. I think we're about halfway. Again, you can kind of see the transition though of like, I start playing like it's Zoo Tycoon. I just draw the barrier. I plop a few plants and rocks in there to make them happy. I call it a day. There's nothing wrong with that playstyle, but I hope you can at least see I'm gradually practicing. Gosh, your builds are incredible. Thank you. I appreciate that. This one was at one point a finished small zoo, but then I added to it and ruined it. Everything's escaped, by the way, so pay no mind. Oh my god, you still have that? Yeah, I paused the game right before that got bad. Yeah, I think I put the leopard in the wrong habitat, and that's how that happened. I didn't realize at first. The day Jaffe almost became lunch. Oh my god. This is Pinewood. I made a proper car park entrance. I put the effort in. Some stuff was taken from the workshop as well. Again, I was very comfortable using that. It could have been Bolt's Cappy, yeah. And then I made like a proper little ticket area. I tried to add even more detail by like having the actual like in-game management aspects reflecting in the scenery that I placed. It's very interesting to hear how you've evolved with different categories over time, like the backstage areas, the double barriers, waterfalls. I never thought about focusing on one concept at a time. It really does help, yeah. And then later on, you kind of like bring them all together. Here in this zoo, I get more comfortable with building like structures for the guests. So here I build a gift shop. All the displays have gone now. But yeah, I built a gift shop using some of the prop pieces. Some stuff is from the workshop as well. This was the very first DLC pack where Frontier reached out to me. This was my first NDA. This was my first early access. This one. And it all started with the jolly little beaver. Almost finished, they got greedy. I did, yeah. This is my beaver build. We have an implied dam, like, you know, their kind of nest within one. It doesn't quite work that way. Maybe I could do better now. And yeah, very, very wooded, very, like, fell tree. Very beavery. So yeah, there's a lot of North America animal pack animals in this, but also I mixed a lot of European pack animals in this. So yeah, as you can see, I put a lot of effort into like stuff around the zoo, like the fencing, the staff areas where guests are not allowed to go in, benches, bins, lights. I even have this little market area back here with a marquee, a little coffee van. And then we have Pinewood Hills, which, as you can see from the signs, we have some badgers and some deer. The badger actually caused a lot of lag at the time because we realized...
It's Pikachu!
It's Clefairy!
Apartimus Rex, thank you so much for the follow. I do appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Very kind of you. Again, I'm making my own barriers. Viewing areas. I'm going way too crazy with foliage. This is when Nadia got comfortable speaking in the community because I added periwinkles everywhere. And she was in love with periwinkle because it had winkle in the name. So yeah, this is my like Badger Hill, essentially. Again, I like placing rocks, I like placing foliage, I go a little overboard. At this point I realized I don't really like the in-game long grass, so I just added my own, piece by piece. You're about to see in a minute, I go a bit further with that, at the sake of zoo performance. At the back of the Badger, we have Moose Creek. So this, I had an idea for, was multi-layered. So moose like to actually dive, if we found out. I just discovered periwinkle. It's a good plant. If you use it on the surface of water as well, it looks like mossweed. That's a good tip for you. So yeah, we have a moose diving pool, and then it basically funnels down into this river. And then it does it again. Funnels down again. And we'll get to this in a minute, because this is important. Yeah, look, I'm placing loads of these rocks that we've been working on today with the seal build. Loads of plants. I try to just put it in, like, clusters with this. But ultimately, I do layer it. For our moose, our meese. Very hilly as well. Now, chat. They've all escaped. But bear witness to something that took me a hell of a long time to do. The fallow deer fields. So the only way you can view these deer is on this elevated walkway. And then we have this huge field of grass, all individually placed. Which did flicker, yeah. It was a bit of a bug at the time. But I was also experimenting with natural barrier. Elephant grass, for a lot of animals, is an obstruction. So, yeah, it pretty much is a meadow at this point, not a field. Yeah, I used a lot of elephant grass to kind of like put an outdoor barrier. Now you're probably asking, Daz, where are all the deer? In the words of Zam, they learnt to jump. Because the hitbox for this particular animal got updated later on, after I built for them. That's what it looks like from an aerial perspective, by the way. Quite a big build, quite a lot of work, because again, I individually place all this grass. Do I regret it? Yes and no. There we have the moose habitat. Here we have the badger habitat. Here we have the beaver. Right. As we circle round, we have our restaurant. This is when they first introduced restaurants as a mechanic. So we have our restaurant in here. But it overlooks our very first, very cursed sea lion build. So much like the grey seal that I showed you in the other past build, I built this like jetty platform for them to chill out on with shaded structure. And then I built this big And I mean big. What I attempted to do yesterday on Jurassic. Kelp forest. Is there any room there for rent? Asking for a friend? Absolutely. I built this giant underwater kelp forest with, of course, underwater viewing. But I was very proud of this. To get to the underwater viewing, you had to go down here. And the same on this side. And then this was kind of like a show area. Animal talk point. These are the animal talk seating. And then I put a shade structure in. And then you just basically look out. However, our sea lions used to swim through the glass and go plop and just chase the guests. You may have noticed those guests are running. Oh yeah, look, this is our memorial board. We said goodbye to Highwood, Stupid, Bambi, Bambi's mum, Stu, Rocky, Goose, Duck Toy, Battle, Honey, Mashed Potato, Mel's bad at Dead by Daylight, Willameli, Daggett, Puma Pants, Messi, Felix is here, Starline, Subwoofer. Was there any more at the back? No, there wasn't. But yeah. Say hello to mountain cats, which have all escaped, by the way. This is my Puma. My American lion. A mountain cat. The idea of this was I wanted to create a canyon. I can't remember if the Grand Canyon was a bit of influence for that. I don't remember. But essentially, they walk under through this canyon. Very wooded. They got their little drinking area over here. But then above the canyon, they have all these rocks to scale. And then at these kind of like sleeping points is where the guest viewing is. However, it's called Mountain Cats. So on the back of it, when you come up this walkway, we have the Eurasian lynx. Again, I tried to have it so the water from the lynx went down into the mountain line. This is our lynx build. Okay, we've got a bit of an overview. Look, you can see one right there. Never mind, he's escaped. Just like everything in this zoo, he's out. Yeah, this is our lynx build. I built them a climbing structure. Something I didn't do well, but I liked the idea of, is something I showed you before with the dingo and the wolf. Inside this giant mountain that I made, I hollowed it out as a shelter. But it's very, very basic. I didn't really do anything with it. Speaking of wolves, from there, I go down here. And we get our wolf wood. Again, I kind of struggled with this to, it's a juxtaposition. We have the deer habitat where I literally put grass on every square pixel. Here I struggled, but I tried to put it everywhere that made sense. But there's so much area that was left blank that I just was not happy with at the time. I've found ways since to kind of be better at that, whether it's sinking rocks into the ground, whether it's meshing different terrain tools together. But yeah, we built a wolf wood. Again, big old den. Jeez, how many wolves did I have? What the frick? I don't remember having this many. Anyway. And finally, I forgot about this. You come round here. You get to the reptile house. So outside we got some concessions, some information, and then here we have our reptile house.
Squirtle, my turtle.
So I tried to incorporate terrariums. So we have our snake over here. Hopefully something we can customize more in the sequel. We have an eating area back here. I made my own custom walls again, try to have that like tropical feel. We have poison frogs in here. And then over here we have, is it the terrapin? Yeah, we have the terrapin. But the main star of the show is the American alligator. My Ghost was one of them. Ghost might still be there unless he died. Did he die? So this is the indoor viewing for the American alligator. Again, we got a double barrier. Realistically, not the best. You could climb over that. And then we have our alligator in here. But then you come down here. We've got our very misty, very swampy outdoor viewing. Again, I've had a lot of practice with these now. Hell, our zoo that we're working on currently is all about them. But yeah, this is kind of our outdoor area for the American alligator. Very bayou, very swampy, very misty. And that was pretty much it. That was the zoo. And I just had to tidy it up and seal it off. But I got greedy, chat. A new DLC came out. Say hello to something I was very proud of, despite the fact it doesn't really fit with the theme of this place. This is a conjoined build, where at the base of it, we have water buffalo. I go overboard again. This is our water buffalo, and I've put foliage everywhere. These cows graze for miles. Hills upon hills and grass upon grass. And then at the back here, I've built them like a little shelter. Not like a backstage shelter or anything, just a place to shade. However, yeah, can you see how much grass I had to place? Ridiculous amounts. However, the waterfall... I gotta snooze that, by the way. This is our red crown crane build. I wanted to make a Zen garden. So I have this pool that I've gotten better at making. This is like one of my first attempts. I think I used plaster for this. This is where the cranes kind of come to feed. And then out back here, we have a Zen garden. We've got a little bridge. We've got the gravel. We've got the little palace at the back. Our sakura trees. And yeah, that was pretty much it. That is Pinewood. Does anyone else immediately think of VeggieTales Water Buffalo song at the mention of the animal? Am I just that old? Perhaps. We've still got some builds to go through. I have to speed up a bit. Actually, I could just go longer. I don't mind. I want to finish the tour, so... This one. This one's quite a detailed one as well. This one, I think, is the most zoo-like, actually. This is more zoo-like than Pinewood for me. You should hear me when I lose my hairbrush. This actually, I think, is a completed zoo. Actually, no, there's a little bit at the back. Almost. Another almost finished zoo. This is my entrance. We'll come back to this area over here. Mudang rings a bell. Right, this is our entrance. I might build in this style again, to be honest. And then at the entrance, we have some terrariums that we've built into it. We've got our information booths. We have our first gift shop. This is when they first introduced the gift shop as a modular thing, like the restaurants. And then we have our zoo. So firstly, in here, we have our tortoises. So now I'm starting to scale things down with this project. I'm starting to realize that it's the little details that make the bigger difference and not just big builds. Big builds are quite fun, but I've started to realize the smaller builds and the smaller details make the builds look better. So I start using like fallen logs more rock work, foliage work. Again, my own barriers, but I'm adding things like little checklists, heat lamps, habitat cameras, adding rope and support to their shelter. Things that kind of make sense, you know? And then over here, we have the stressy flamingo. This, I was pretty proud of, but they were very stressy. So we have our information. We have our flamingo pools. We have various, like, shrimp pools. These are the feeders that I've hidden with rock. I built nests, implied nests for the first time. Obviously, there isn't actual nests. Little shelters. Big shelter. I remember the image I got for this, actually. Yeah, I'm going more realistic with this zoo. What did I have over here? Oh, this was the Herman's tortoise. Little tortoise, big tortoise. Yeah, I remember now. So then you come this way. And then over here, we have the prairie dog. We'll have to let this ad break go through, but I'll just pause what I'm doing. This is the prairie dog. Again, this was kind of like a better attempt at what I tried to do with the meerkat. But I was including it within the same rock work that I had made for the tortoise. I was learning to kind of like have things connected with one another. So, and then over here we have the tape pit. We have our tapirs back here. This is their structure. This I found off the workshop, but it was kind of nice building this like implied feeder. And then I have this outdoor space for them. Can't wait to see what you're going to build with Planet Zoo 2. Thank you. I'm looking forward to it as well. Ooh. And then you eventually reach a restaurant. Actually, I'll wait. An ad break is in progress. I'll wait. He's evolving. This took a while. I remember building this on stream. Do. I'm trying to think how many more zoo projects we have after this. I think at least 2 more. That is also what inspired Drowsy and Hypno in Pokemon. Drowsy is a tapir, and he's the Eater of Dreams. So it comes from that mythology, as well as the animal as well. Wah, wah. Thank you for the bit sandwich, mate. Really appreciate it. Do. Oh, I forgot about the bears. I was really happy with this zoo. I got so close to finishing it as well. Daz explains a neat fact. Gets a womp womp. Bitch. Alright, we've got a minute left. It's okay. Makeup fact? Go on. Oh, I don't really have time to do that and the tour. And I'll do that right at the end, okay? Let me get through this first. I just gotta wait 30 seconds for the ad to finish. Oh no, that's not good. Get a hold game. Snow in April. You welcome back, yeah? We're out the ad break. Right. So after the prairie dog, after the tapir, we come to our restaurant. I built this implied outdoor seating area. Obviously, with the way restaurants work, people teleport to these chairs. So, and then inside. Very happy with this restaurant, actually. This is our interior. Got a menu on the back. We got our actual restaurant. We got our seating. Very cozy. Right, again, I was going for realism. So here we have our capuchin monkey aviary. And I used like these are gutter fixtures that I used to imply the logs being held up to the mesh. So I was starting again to use all those little details for realism. All about realism with me. So all of that was connected, and then we have the vines, we have all the climbing. Built a little like water hole out back for them to drink from. Double barrier. And then these little monkey doors. Although I have no like actual door to shut it off, which I do more of later on. But yeah, this is the indoor viewer. Little capuchin monkey house. I've started to add beams to the ceiling, lights, all that good stuff. And then from there, we can go this way. This one's a big one. This is the sloth bear. This is their indoor viewing, their shelter. Hello, Baloo. This is their cave. However, I go crazy with the rocks. I make a dry moat. Not a water moat like I've done before. A dry moat with this kind of like dropped barrier, which again you've seen me do recently with the aquatic builds. And then at the back, they have the place where they roam. All of this. But a giant rock wall. I'm pretty sure... How many pieces? That's 5,000 pieces. We've done bigger, I suppose. Right, from here... we get to our African lions. So this is our lion build. I never finished it, as you can tell by this, like, empty space. But we have our viewing areas. Again, I kind of took this as from inspiration from real-life lion enclosures. Where you have this, like, viewing area on all sides. And then in the middle, we have their habitat. I attempted at the time to build Pride Rock. This was kind of like a Disney... We just finished playing the game, the Disney collection. And I attempted to build Pride Rock to kind of pay homage to that. But I didn't like it in the end. But the idea was we had Pride Rock. And then underneath Pride Rock, we had the hyenas. As you could tell from the elephant graveyard. This is our hyena build. This was made out of snow rock. This took a very long time to do. Obviously, the scale had to be bigger for it to be a shelter. An elephant skull is not that big. But yeah, this is our hyenas. Again, I made my own barriers, and that was all connected to the lions. The final thing we did was two things. Hamadryas baboon. So I built this big family unit, multi-layered shelter. So the baboons can come in here. That's layer 1. Then they can climb and rest on all these rocks. This was actually inspired by a baboon habitat I visited IRL as well, by the way. And then, yeah, they had all these places just chill and hang out on. Again, double barrier, tons of rocks. And finally, Boudeng. The pygmy hippopotamus. This is something you've seen me do so many times this year. This is our underwater viewing for the pygmy hippo. And here they are. Ugh. So yeah, that was this zoo. This, again, like Pinewood, on the smaller scale, but I would say almost complete. I never finished a lot of things, and I plan to extend it, but I kind of lost inspiration. But that one, I was trying to be more realistic. Look more like an actual zoo than the ones beforehand. There are a couple more, but some of them are like unfinished. But there's one big one I can show you still. Yeah, this will be the last one I show you. This is the last one we worked on last year, by the way. This is Cecropia Park. This again was almost a finished zoo. And this is where we built our giant panda habitat for charity at the end of last year. Again, another big one, another trying to be realistic. Oh yeah, you disgusting! There are like other smaller builds where I like build 1 or 2 habitats, but they're not worth viewing. I'll just show you these ones. Oh no, sorry, Evergreen Zoo, not Cecropia Zoo. So this is my cozy little entrance. Obviously this doesn't make much sense because where the hell did that coach come from? Oh yeah, I do have to show you that one. I'll do that one last. I forgot about that one. We'll do Enchanted Forest last. So this is Evergreen Zoo. This is my staff center. This is my entrance. This was inspired by a zoo near Drakis. He gave me the inspiration for this. And then in here we have our gift shop as well. Here we have our plaza, where I have this big water feature. I was like, hold up, wait a minute. We have our outdoor eating area, the grazing shed. And then over here, we have our multi-species wild boar and deer habitat, our red deer. Again, double barrier. I built all the barriers myself. This area up front here was designed for the boar, the pigs. So very muddy, very wallowy, very like puddle everywhere, dirty. And then as you go out, you kind of get this like forested vibe. So much like the other deer habitat, I plant grass everywhere. Go overboard with that. We've got a bit of a watering area back here. We've got loads of places to hide. Loads of short grass, taller grass, forested areas. This actually is a look-in point from the gift shop. And there is where we have our deer. Stupid deer. And also we have our boar as well. So this was like the backstage shelter I built for them. Hey, thank you, Bunny. I appreciate it. So that was stop number 1. Stop number 2 was the Wolverine. Double barrier, but I provided more distance. And I did a bit of a dry moat with this one. And I built very natural, I guess. So I tried to build something you would see in their actual environment. So a lot of like water rapids. Here's their burrows at the back, very rocky. I use rock wool at the back here as well. And then I have these like climbing structures within the pine trees, the dead pine woods. And then finally, we come around here to a certain cat. We've basically, Bunny, been going over the evolution. I went from my very first zoo and how crappy it was to my most recent zoo and just like explaining to chat what practices I started to develop, what I focused on. Some zoos I focus on specific elements more than others, and then later zoos I try to like incorporate them all into one thing. Yeah, I mostly played in franchise mode, so let me know your question. I played franchise mode more than the sandbox. Yeah, here's our palace cat habitat. So I built this like aviary styled cage for them, open top. And then in here we have our cats as well.
It's Pikachu!
It's Clefairy!
Thank you so much, Cornishton. I probably butchered that. Please let me know. Thank you so much for the follow, though. Yeah, this is our palace cat build. I brought that door back from, remember the capybara build that I showed you earlier? And then I started doing like indoor spaces again. Kind of like what I did for the clouded leopard. Things that I had done previously and then I brought in. I also started getting a bit obsessed with flat roof builds. Palace cat. I've had a hard time controlling my population. I had turtles and they somehow got babies. Oh yeah, they breed like crazy, don't worry. I have 15 turtles in the exhibit now. 13 of them are juvenile. Got constant protesters outside. I don't know how to avoid that. Contraceptives. So here's what you want to do. You want to keep the gene pool clean and fresh. So what I mean by that is, say you have dad and you have mum, right? Dad and mum have kids. However, those kids grow up, but dad and mum can continue to have kids. What I would do in that situation is the babies that grew up, I would release into the wild or sell to other players, sell to other zoos. When you can track the age of an animal, you can use a Zoopedia as well to see, like, the aardvark. They don't go sterile until death, which is at 18 years old. But the African leopard goes sterile at 15 years. So what you want to do is, before the parents stop having babies, you take their most recent, like, group of children. You release the parents before they die, before they get too old. You keep one, it depends on like the ratio, the group ratio of the animal, but you keep one or many of the children that you had that grew up, and then you bring in a fresh one. For instance, if you keep a male, bring in and buy new females, because you don't want him breeding with his sisters. If you keep females, you only have to bring in a new male. Again, you don't want them breeding with their brother. So you basically just have to evaluate when an animal will stop having babies, when an animal is likely to die, and intervene, interject. Release the parents, keep some of the children as adults, and then go into the trading and bring in a new male or a new female. Keep the gene pool clean, otherwise you're inbreeding and their stats plummet. So yeah, exactly what Sedora said. Cell release the first few litters, and then when it becomes the last litter, think about replacing the adults. Exactly that. You gotta. It's what zoos do in real life. They buy and bring in animals for other zoos, and start up breeding projects. So. Right.
Who's that Pokemon?
Bunny, thank you so much for the follow. I do appreciate it. Males are easy to bring in because usually you only have to bring in one. So if you have loads of baby girls that grow into adults, you usually keep the majority of them and just bring in a new male. Whereas if you do the opposite, usually you have to bring in a lot more females. So you kind of got to plan it out and see what you get. Right, continuing the tour, we have Little Africa. I built a 3-way African habitat. So this one, we have the fennec fox. So there's lots of places to run around, lots of logs, give them lots of baskets, which are implied enrichment. I start to do that a lot more. And then at the back, they can walk through this tree hollow, and they have a bit of privacy. Next door, neighboring them, we have the meerkat, which is better than my first attempt at meerkats. Also, welcome back, Flobe. It's a very rocky. I kind of build their burrows into the rocks as well. You have this central viewing dome for the guests. And then on this side, we have the aardvark. So the aardvark live in here. These are like a bit more of a grassland vibe. And then again, I build their burrow in here. But it's all connected as one thing. And this is the other side of the grazing shed as well. So we have this area here, and we have this area here. That is pretty much the entrance. Now, we go this way, and we have Cayman Cafe. This is a huge build, right? Very big. We have staff buildings on this side, and then inside, on the base level, we have a bit of a reptile house for our caimans, which you can see in here. Very murky. We've got our dwarf caiman in here. But then you go upstairs through here. We'll come back to the left-hand side. And you have your cafe. So upstairs is your cafe. You've got all your food and your drink. Incorporate that into the build. And then you've got your overlook where you can look in. There you can see your caimans. You've got a little nesting area back here. Little implied nests, heat lamps, that kind of thing. Where this goes... something that took me a very long time and I'm very proud of. Our chimpanzee habitat. We get another little viewing area over here for where they feed. This is their feeding spot. So guests can look through here. And then the chimps gather as a group and feed here. Again, this is where I'm thinking more little details. Little details matter. So rather than just having the rope kind of go within the pole, I add a knot on the other end to imply that it's hollowed out. Same for the tire swing. They don't actually use it. How does one change the batteries? Don't worry about that. The keepers, they have ladders somewhere. The tire swings they don't use, but again, it's implied, and I've got the rope knot there for that. For the beams, rather than having them, like, again, mesh together, I've got them resting next to each other, and I use the European window shutter hinge as an implied bolt, bolting the two together. And then I used loads of rope pieces to make this like jungle gym. These hammocks. Catch you later, Wonky mate. Thank you for popping in. And then yeah, I built this giant climbing frame. Again, double barrier. So we have this kind of like weeded overgrowth area with the barrier. And then we have a moat. And then we have the chimpanzees. Luckily, there's enough room here that when the animal keepers give their talk, they throw food and it lands here. But yeah, that's the build. And then I built these like Zoo Tycoon style monkey bars as well, if you remember that game and what they had as enrichment there. Again, using the hinges as bolts. And then we have their indoor shelter. This is before I started making my own implied information signs. I downloaded these off the workshop, which again, never be afraid to do. So, but yeah, this is their indoor shelter. Again, rope coils, bolts, all that kind of stuff. Right, and then we come along here. This is our ocelot build. I kind of built this as like a bit of a hotel, a bit of a skyscraper. But again, the idea was little details. So I had a pulley system as an implied door. So the idea is that you have your shutter that is connected to a pulley system, which I then put rope around and connected that rope to this box with an implied handle. That was because the game added loads of fixtures to the game through the various packs that we got. So the idea would be that the keepers would turn it, the door would shut and open. One more little question. Is it smart for me to just throw the kids' litters into the trading center? Let them age up there to sell them? Fun fact, anything you put in the trade center doesn't age. If you put babies in the trade center, they'll stay babies. If you don't want them breeding, by the way, all you have to do... Say this is the child of mum and dad, right? You can click on the child when they're still a baby, and you can enable contraceptives. Always apply these to your babies. They'll never inbreed them. The minute you get the alert that you've had babies, make sure that contraceptives are on. I know it's kind of wild to say give them contraceptives from birth, but trust me, do it. Yeah, this is our ocelot build. Kind of inspired again by that early clouded leopard build I showed you. Very outdoorsy, very climby, framey. We have various aspects. Very mossy foliage. Fallen logs, little waterways. Neighboring them is something Sandwich loves. It's the Saki monkey. So again, I've got these little doors. Jessica has been born. Quick, put her on the pill. Pretty much. So I built this as like an outdoor coliseum, I guess. Again, very outdoorsy. I'm very much into my climbing builds, my arboreal animals. Again, I use fixtures here. These are the ranch fixtures that I've used the rope coils to connect to. So again, I'm using all the little details, more and more and more. And yeah, just loads of climbing, runways, all the way around. Here we have our coyote build. Very desert grassland. I build them little dens as well. Outdoor dens. And then a backstage shelter over here as well. Again, with these implied big doors that they would, the keepers would close. Obviously, with certain animals, it'd be too dangerous, and they would do it from the safer side of the fence. But that's something I do more recently with the gharial and the polar bear. Less so here. But yeah, I'm getting more comfortable building backstage areas. What else? We have the safaka. We have our lemurs, our safaka. I tell you, I'm not swearing. That's just their name. This was kind of inspired by all our previous, like, capuchin monkey, our lemurs. Again, I just built this very outdoorsy. This zoo is very much, not purely, but very majoritively inhabited by climbing. Whereas the one we're doing now is very aquatic. So, this is the indoor viewing Indoor shelter. There's no viewing. Again, doors. All that jazz. Zaboomafu! And then finally, as an extension, and the last thing we did on Planet Zoo last year was our WWF Panda build. Jingle Jam 2025 WWF Info Zone. This is our big panda gardens. Again, we got our double barrier. Foliage everywhere. We got our kind of eating area down here for them. I made sure their enrichment is on high to see places, such as this rock. I built a bamboo thicket round back. A proper bamboo thicket for them to maze around in and get lost in. And then they have this waterway. So we have this water area over here. It's implied that it goes through this waterway. And on the other end, we have the waterfall that supplies it. Let's say hello to our pandas. Did I say 2825? I meant 2025. Is that what the sign said, or is that what I said? Either way, I'm from the future. And then we have our building, our panda gardens. So you come through here, and I have a big education area. So this is all to do with like world issues. Climate change, deforestation, poaching. Over here we have a bit more of a child-friendly educational zone on the wall here. Oh, it's the actual, yeah, the font. Got it. We have our outdoor viewing over here. This was very, very time consuming, very proud of it. I built this WWF sign piece by piece. And then upstairs we have our like roof terrace, little refreshment area. We got some stools, we got some seating. Very proud of it. A lot of detail went into that. Too big to blueprint. Right, I'm going to show you one more thing. It's earlier than this, but it's the one thing Val wanted me to show you. But yeah, if anything, I hope you guys have realized, like, that very first zoo I showed you compared to my more recent builds. Practice. Don't think you're shit and just stop. Keep going. Keep building. Yeah, I'm going to show you Val's favorite enclosure. I gotta remember what zoo it is. Is it Conservation Park? It was. Here's our other gibbon build as well. Yeah, I didn't want to cut the tour off abruptly, so this is the last one now. But yeah, I thought I'd show you like a little trip down memory lane. The last 6 years of builds. Not everything here is included. There's some lost zoos, some things we did on stream, and things I did for YouTube videos that are no longer present. There's some smaller projects where I just build a habitat and then I move on. But I've shown you everything that was a substantial like project, even if I did end up like quitting. Right. This is our conservation zoo. Yes. So we start off with this big entrance. And an armadillo habitat. Kind of similar to how I built the prairie dog. The prairie dog came after. But this is our armadillo build. Try to build smaller in scale. This is when the Twilight Pack and the Tropical Pack came out as well. So we have the common wombat over here. Apparently these pooping cubes. So this is our wombat build. Again, I'm making my own barriers. I'm trying to be more deliberate with the foliage and the rock work. Trying to make it make sense rather than having it everywhere. Little clusters of detail together build up a bigger picture. I'll circle back to Val's favorite. Here, we were talking about bats earlier. The wombat shelter is embedded in the rock. On the back of the rock, we have the cat. Bat cave. Shit, brain. So you walk through here. Here's our bats. Oh, there is the petting zoo. Oh, there is another. Oh, frick me. How many zoos have I done? The cat cave. So yeah, this is an example of taking that walkthrough exhibit box, hiding all the walls, and just making my own around it. And then you come up here, and we have the fossa. Again, very inspired by that early clouded leopard build I did. The capuchin monkey. That kind of like outdoor, realistic space that you would expect to see at zoos. But then, this was a different take. Something I'd never done before. The entrance to their viewing area, indoor viewing, is actually a walkthrough. So it's a habitat within a habitat. Because you walk through here, and while you have the indoor viewing for the fossa, it also doubles up as a sloth house. Yeah, I'm just finishing the tour, Loki, so there was enough zoos, basically, for a multi-hour tour. What else do we have? I'll try to speed it up a bit. We've got the African porcupine. The crested porcupine. This I was quite happy with. I made this like proper like shelter to hide the burrow. A realistic shelter for them. Again, I'm making my own barriers. I'm hiding all their enrichment in foliage, raising the terrain around those kind of like borders. Being very deliberate with my rock work and my foliage. We have my very first gibbon build. Not the one I did recently. Hello, Shores. Thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, this was my first... Not my first, because we have the Sireman gibbon build. This is a conjoined build of La Gibbon and Sireman. Very natural, very big central tree, lots of climbing, houses to chill out in, loads of foliage, all leading, again, implied ways for keepers to get down, which is something I'm trying to do more of. But yeah, this all leads into here, which is the backstage. The indoor shelter. I have their food enrichment in there because obviously they can't get to it from outside because there's no keeper access. But we have all their indoor space and bedding. What else? We have... Ignore that, we never finished it. Oh, the penguin build. The penguin incident. So this is our African penguin build, chat, which was made up of a lot of rocks. I also have a big sunken ship as part of the build aesthetic. Lots and lots of rocks. Again, we've got all our custom barriers. An ungodly amount of rocks. Then we have our little penguin cove at the back. Loads of pebbles. And then you come in here. We have like a proper like center, right? We have a gift shop that's implied. I think that was before the actual gift shops came into the game. We have a resting area and plaza. We have food and drink. And then we have the indoor viewing, where we have a shit ton of penguins. I played more with lighting here as well. Because if I make it nighttime... Ta-da! Very bright though. I could do that better. I also have outdoor access through the water as well for the penguins. So that's the penguin build. Oh god, we did so much in this. Here we have the black rhinoceros. I showed you the white rhinoceros earlier. Again, my own custom barriers. Very open, very grasslandy. We have our rhino back here. I'm using the wonderful walls made by Caesar. Caesar creates these things to make terrain deformation and various like areas for them. I tried to build a realistic rhino house. So again, the big shuttered door. These kind of like realistic paddocks that separates the rhinos. An elevated walkway for the keepers to look in. And then some backstage bits over here as well. Over here, we have something I'm quite proud of again. Very similar in theme. This is our camel and Dharma gazelle build. So very arid, very grasslandy. The grassland packages had come out. So we have camels, we have gazelles, we have our dunes. Sheltered areas for them. Loads of areas for guests to kind of view the animals. Both raised and on the base ground. A little oasis for them. And again, like a big like indoor barn and viewing area. Kind of separate them. Again, making all the little details, the implied stuff I'm doing more of. Beams, ventilation, lighting, all that kind of stuff. This was a big one. This is our Aztec Jaguar build. The actual temple I can't take credit for. I got that off the workshop. But I used that to inspire the rest of the build. So we have the big Aztec ruins in the back. And in the foreground, we have our jaguars. Who are in here, chilling. So it's multi-leveled. We've got higher areas up here, places to kind of chill out on. We've got this area up here, which they get to by climbing this log. We have a water area for them, underwater viewer. A bit of a more Aztec-y theme going on with the viewing barrier. And then you walk through here. You can see the jaguars where they're feeding over here. And then you enter this like Aztec area over here. And you can view the jaguars in there. So that was another big one. With a little water van back here. Capybara build, you've already seen. I literally just copied and pasted it to bring it into this zoo. We have the Asian water monitor lizard. So this one, I doubled up the lizard build with guest. Oh, you better believe I'm getting planetzoo too. You better believe I am. Yeah, this doubles up as guest refreshment. So we have the Asian monitor lizard house in here. Very rocky. We've got the heat lamps, which they're actually using, by the way. How you doing, Gidgets, by the way? Hope you're doing well. So we got our heat lamps. I've been playing the game for since it came out, the last 6.5 years. And I'm kind of doing a tour, a trip down memory lane for chat. And for all the new people watching as well. Showing how I started and how I kind of developed. And showing how anyone can do it. It's possible. We have an outdoor kitchen area. And then we have like a roof terrace. I was very proud of this. Lots of hanging ivy, hanging baskets, hanging lights. You'd walk upstairs and you'd chill out up here. And then the actual lizard habitat looked like this. It's a massive viewing window. You had this very natural, like, underwater area for them. Loads of underwater plants. We had roots hanging down, which is actually a walkway they climb. They walk over this. We have an implied nest at the back here. Yeah, pretty much it. A little dock round back with some enrichment. And then finally, over here, we have emus and wallabies. And I kind of made an overgrowth, like conservationist style shelter for these. As well as a barn. But the big thing Val wanted me to show you. Enchanted Forest. So I'm going to show you it in day and at night. So you walk through here. And we have these like purple fire pyres going on, right? Obviously safely behind gates. We have these giant mushrooms. We have raccoons running around, being little mischievous beings. Little coffee van. And I have a lot of mist. Very atmospherical, but you'll see that in a minute. So then you walk through here. And again, we've got lots of mushrooms. We've got like little areas for the raccoons to go eat that the path isn't interfering with. The guests will follow it around. In the back, hidden away, we actually have the shelters for the raccoons. I built these. And then you follow the path around some more. And you've got this like little enchanted water area over here. Now, remember what I did with the bats, where I disabled, like hid the walls and the ceiling, and I built rock around it for a cave. I completely hid it for the butterflies, and I made it look like this is where wild butterflies, nothing is containing them, but where wild butterflies come to hang out. It's a walkthrough within a habitat. I have some falling leaf SFX going. And then you continue round. We've got some more areas for the raccoons. They've got some climbing over here. And then you walk up here. And we have another kind of like butterfly. You can see the butterflies flying around. But it's completely outdoors. Now, it was mentioned earlier, like Twilight themed, Halloween themed. This place comes alive at night. Let's look at it as a guest. Oh. Very spooky, very enchanting. Got little raccoons running around. And yeah, the lighting really makes this. The mushrooms act as lights as well as the pyres. And wait till we get to the fairy pond. Look at that. Ah, thank you Anonymous for gifting to Gidget Girls. Or Gidget's Girl, sorry. My bad. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Who's that Pokemon?
It's Pikachu!
Newells, thank you so much for the follow, mate. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. And we kept it quite dark here for the butterflies. But yeah, you can kind of... see them flying about sometimes. Yeah, this is Val's favorite build of mine.
Who's that Pokemon?
It's Pikachu!
Gidget, thank you so much for the follow as well. Thank you. I really appreciate all the support today, guys. I have been streaming longer than I normally would. I normally ended about 45 minutes ago. But we've been going down like a trip down memory lane. So if you want to see that from the start, feel free to watch the VOD. It's been going on for the last like hour and 45 minutes. But essentially what I wanted to show chat is obviously we're entering a new era. Not to sound dramatic, but we are. We're getting a new game. And I wanted to show chat where I started and how very basic it was compared to where I've got. And that's because I wanted to improve in a lot of various aspects, building more naturally as well as realistically. Little details make a big difference. Building clusters of detail in small portions build a bigger picture. Just being deliberate with like the building pieces, the rock work, the foliage. It's all practice. Anyone can do it. Practice, practice, practice. And obviously now with the second game, I think the tools that we're going to get are make that a bit easier. We get aquariums, we get aviaries, nature reserves that we get to build. Well, the plan kitten is, this might become the norm soon. I want to start going to the gym, which means I might start stream a little bit later, but also end a little bit later, like now time. And yeah. There is another zoo, which I will briefly, very quickly show you. Just the petting zoo side of it. But yeah, I've never finished a zoo. I always get new ideas and those ideas can't be incorporated into what I'm building. So I always think blank slate, blank canvas, go again. Yeah. Do we remember the name of that last zoo? Eden Park. I won't show you everything here. I'm going to show you one area in particular before I end. You don't truly finish a zoo in this game You just keep expanding until your hardware can't run the zoo anymore. Unless you're playing on console, and then you have the limit. The complexity limit. Yeah, no. We never built for foxes because every time I built for them, I hated it. Except the fennec fox. That one exception. I'm not sure, Fluffy. I've not finalized it. I'll quickly show you everything. This is my entrance, Eden Park Zoo. I was very proud of this entrance. Again, I did what I was starting to do in our current project, where I kind of sink tiles down to kind of make a plaza, because we can't do that yet.
No way! I can't believe this!
We have a walk-through lemur habitat, which I was very proud of. Again, lots of rock, lots of little details. You walk through and you have the lemurs climbing all above you. Very similar to something I saw IRL. Plenty of zoos have this kind of experience. Again, lots of details. And then we have like a little implied. The first time where I've built a shelter, but it's not actually a shelter. This goes nowhere. It just looks the part. Over here, we have a wildebeest and zebra habitat. Again, I've made that double barrier using my own pieces. We have these two cohabitating. Lots of grass everywhere. I have kind of like an elevated, like cornered off situation with a dome that you can look in and out on. Big old barn at the back. I built these like implied gates that would be shut. We have these implied feeders as well. Obviously, we have nothing like this functionally in the game, but I have them connected to the side of the fencing. Loki, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Hype trains can sometimes be late, sorry. Over here we have a otter build, Asian small-clawed otter. So this is the outdoor pool. Very rocky. And then we have a lovely little shallow stream, like river area for them. What I did with this was I actually had the gate running through the rocks and then into the indoor viewing pool. So this is the indoor viewing pool. To celebrate the long stream day. Well, thank you, mate. I really do appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Anonymous gifted to Fluffy as well. Thank you, guys. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. What else? Oh yeah, the big thing. Our pet zoo. Our pet farm. So here is our outdoor... Like you walk through, you've got your hygiene stations. Then you've got your Highland cattle field. This lagged my game out because of the amount of grass and foliage I placed. Another anonymous gifter to Kitten. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. That is very kind of you. Thank you, thank you. I do appreciate it. So yeah, here we got a Highland cattle. In the middle, we have this like picnic area with like a rustic well, just for the aesthetic. Here we have our chicken barn. So I built an actual barn and made it like an indoor viewing. implied nesting as well. Look at all these chickens. Overtime pay. Thank you, mate. I do appreciate it. So this is our little chicken area back here. Over here, we have our Tamworth pigs. This is our pigsty. I kind of took the shelter I made for the porcupine and I expanded it to make these pig shelters. I had to make them bigger than I wanted to because of the hitboxes, but... This is our pig area. And then we keep going around. Grim, thank you for the gifted sub. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, mate. Oh, there's ads. Okay, they started right here. Okay, I'll show them in a minute. 1 more hour. No, I have to end in 6 minutes. I really do. I'm starving. Thank you for letting me know, Val. "30 seconds. Yeah, that's all good. Thank you for trying. Meep. That's the sealing away Greg and becoming Marvin. Starving for our pleasure. Yeah, like I say, I'm going to adjust my streaming hours going forward anyway. I don't know when. But I'm going to start streaming later because I'm going to go to the gym. And then I might have lunch, which is new for me. I don't always have lunch. And then I'll end stream later and have dinner later. Right, ad break over. So yeah, this is our petting zoo. We have our Highland cattle. Our Highland cattle field with our hygiene stations. Again, our implied like hay feeders along the barrier, along the fencing. Loads of grass everywhere. Our cows kind of just free roam back here. We got like a little shelter for them. Kind of paddocked off. Loads of tools, hay bales, pitchforks. Again, more of that kind of thing. The implied feeders. We have our central kind of picnic area where you buy your food at the truck and you can sit around here. We have a chicken coop, which is a way of looking in when the coop is actually shut as well. We got a little implied nest as well. And then we have our outdoor area for the Sussex chicken. Okay. Next to them, we have our Tamworth pig. So we have our pigsty. This is an implied indoor shelter. It isn't actually an indoor shelter, it's implied. And then we made all this fencing. And then we have our pig wallows. I made these shelters. These are similar to the ones I made for the porcupine, but I expanded them because the hitbox is weird. Yeah. I also made my own enrichment as well. So this is the scratching post, and then I added tires around the top and the bottom. Next to our pigs, we have our sheep hills, as well as donkeys. A lot of grass went into this. This is why this lags out the zoo as a whole, to be honest. So we have our sheep. Again, I've gone for this kind of like a rustic stone wall. We got loads of overgrowth and hedge and vegetation. they share with the donkeys. Over here, we have our barn, which opens up to a guest kind of like interaction area. So these doors open. We have our indoor to the barn. All our sheep and donkeys in here. Implied feeding here again. Next to them, we have our walkthrough for the goats and the alpacas. So this area was designed more for the goats. So lots of like little jungle gyms, like goat-sized ones. Loads of places to climb. A bit rocky. And then we also have our alpacas back here as well. So guests can kind of just walk around here. They too have a barn back here. Name a chicken after me. I actually can for once. But yeah, there you have it. That is kind of the majority. It's not everything I've done in the last... the last 6 years. But if anything, I wanted to show people like where I started. There's multiple ways to play. Frontier even tell you this. You could use blueprints. You could use prefabs, place them down, adjust them, and then build the world around them. Or you could build things piece by piece. That's essentially what I did. I went from prefab to build everything myself. So, there you have it. Daddy been lurking. He finally got his chicken though. Guys. Right, so all the new people, thank you so much. We've had so many follows, we've had a lot of support, so many gifted subs. For those who are finding me for the first time today, my name is Daz. I play a lot of planetzoo. It is my main game. We've been playing it for the last, like I say, almost 6 years of streaming. We play some other games as well. We played some Jurassic World Evolution 3 yesterday, which is obviously very similar to this, but with dinosaurs. But we play a lot of planetzoo. I do play some other variety games around that, but they're not as often. So if you want to watch any of that, if you want to watch more planetzoo, if you want to see what we do when we get planetzoo 2, I appreciate you sticking around. I stream Monday to Saturday, 6 days a week, about 7.5 hours, longer today, obviously almost 9 hours. Yeah, I stream a lot. I stream all week except for Sunday, and I play a lot of planetzoo. But we do a lot of variety as well. So, but yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm gonna go get some dinner, but I am gonna send you to someone also playing planetzoo, so we can share the hype with them. Oh, I'm exhausted. My mouth and my throat is dry. Yeah, it's been a good day. It's been very fun. Like I say, thank you everyone for all the new follows. I've really appreciated it. All the support. Dry? Yeah, I've been talking non-stop, explaining things. I'm gonna try and get better building. Like I say, if you've seen anything I've done, know two things. You can do it, even if you think you can't. That's point number one. And point number two, I still get envious of other people. I still go to YouTube, I still see the creators on there, look at what they build and go, damn it, my stuff is garbage. When in reality, I've got you guys in here going, oh my god, this is amazing, kind of thing. We all have our kind of own little level of like perfectionism, I guess. But my point is, at the end of the day, so long as you're patient and you enjoy the game, you could do whatever. So you just gotta be practicing, and if you have any questions, I'll happily answer them in future streams and try help out where I can, okay? Right. I'm gonna dash. I'm gonna go get some food, and I'm gonna send you over to Mr. Hidden Squid McSquishums, who's also plays the Planet Zoo. That has been Daz's motivational quote of the day. We have more Planet Zoo 2 news coming. We have the Summer Games Fest next week. They have confirmed there is an exclusive look at Planet Zoo 2 during the Wholesome Games Fest on Saturday. I believe that is gameplay. On that day, I'm going to be taking you into Pause's stream. So we'll be raiding Pause, and she's going to be like co-streaming that showcase. So if you stick around, you'll see the gameplay or whatever they show. So, but yeah, guys, thank you so much. Have a wonderful weekend. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And I'll see you on Monday, okay? Have a wonderful weekend, guys. Much love again for all the support. And take care, okay? Bye-bye.